Doo. Ooh. Oh. Oh. No, that's not my stream elements. Oh no, we're updated. I'll fuck up stream elements. You don't know anything. Do. Damn, now I want to play Minecraft. Timeless game. Ooh, that's good. Nice and cold. I'd like to look into getting like a little mini fridge for my office here. Throwing some beer. Cool down my water. Make it the night before, you know. Here we got PoE downloaded. Good. I'm pretty excited for today. Hey Kale Main, how you doing? Plank and wall sit, which one would you like me to do to start off the day? That is up to you. Wall sit, I shall do so. You can enjoy the music and ambience and water. Good for them thighs. Yeah, I do need to work on my thighs a bit. All right, I'll do it. Yeah, I wish you guys could see it, but got my green screen back here. I can't sit against that. Alright, let's get started. We have a big day ahead of us. We finally figured out how to blend in water simulations from various sources, like you can see here. And we need to make sure that we do that not only with the rest of the river after we successfully tested this, but we need to get this river overhauled as well, along with the waterfall. A little scared about how that's going to go, but I think we'll be okay. And then we need to get upgraded this pond. This pond. Wait, why do I not see those? Oh. Hold the phone. Okay, there's something very bad happening now. It's not good. If you weren't here a couple days ago, we corrupted our level. And one of the results of that is that we couldn't see these boxes that were in the level called phantom cubes. They have a material on them that should be very visible, but as you can see, it's not very visible right now. What are those purple lines? These are various volumes. So in this case, these ones are nav mesh modifiers. And that way when we have our nav mesh, any like creatures that use the nav mesh will not be able to go within the boundaries of where the boxes are. And they're allowed most places. There's just a few places that I prevent them from going because they might bug their AI a bit. They might get stuck. We'll probably have to do another pass on those relatively soon, especially if we do some changes to some of the topology around here. Gonna duck out just saying hi? No worries. Take care, Kale, man. I appreciate you showing up. Have a nice rest of your Friday. And hopefully a nice weekend as well. As I investigate why my phantom meshes aren't showing up. You too, thank you. What if I try making a new material? Scares me a little bit that this is broken. Masked, unlit. Nothing else. Oh wait, used with static lighting. Yeah, that's weird. Something with the world position offset. I wonder if this material function is kind of messed up. Due diary day 543 of making rivers. Hopefully today will be either the last day or the second to last day. I'm just trying to figure out why this stupid phantom mesh isn't appearing anymore. It's something with the world position offset, and I don't really get that. I wonder if there's some like settings that are screwing it up. World position. I don't know, some like rendering setting maybe. I mean, clearly it seems like we should have that. Yeah, something with this visible in capture only. I mean, as long as it doesn't mess up the simulation, the height map stuff, we're okay. It should just disappear when the player's playing anyway. But, you know, it's not that big of a deal. We don't use any baked lighting. So I don't think it's going to cause an issue. But, you know, I'd like to see it in editor so I actually know where I'm putting shit, you know? Yeah, there's still some water underneath. Either way. What the fuck is that? What is this? Why is there a poof ball? What is this? What is that? Who put this here? Chat, did you put that here? Well, second, yeah, there's there kind of is, isn't there? A lot of shit going on underneath the map. I don't like bugs, okay, chat? They piss me off. Okay, the idea for today is to take and make a giant simulation domain that covers the whole map. Simulate all of the fluid in the game. All of it. And then bake it into a single simulation data asset that we can combine with the coastline, with the surface actor, and we're done. That's the intention. I'm hoping that that works without causing major issues. We'll see. We shall see. So to start with today, we're going to delete yesterday's work. Because we know how to do it. Delete that. Delete that. Ideally, today should be pretty chill. Just going to be kind of reconfiguring rivers and lakes to look decent when we put water in them. There was one issue yesterday that I saw while I was playtesting. When I walked over the bridge, my character became slower. Yeah, like right here, I think something is kicking in and saying that my player is swimming. Like, not that I can have swimming controls, but it's slowing down my movement. And I think it's because underneath we have the water. You'll notice that I get slower only when I would be considered swimming. That's weird. That is weird. I wanted to fix that first. It's probably in this update movement mode, right? Character movement component. Okay, so we can take the character movement component and we can print out that state. I could also debug this. Let me do that. Walking, walking, walking. Nothing is changing. That's weird. Falling, swimming. Okay, that's kind of weird. That's not what's controlling it then. But as far as I know, there's no volumes here. Hmm. I mean, we're not swimming. It's not updating that state. Could be this. Flux fluid height is greater than 0. I mean, it is being told to hide. Hold on. Let's debug this. Ooh, hiccups. Yeah, for some reason it's triggering this. I don't know why. Where's debug? Another day hanging out with H2O lovers? Yeah. But I feel pretty good about today. Where's my debug? Let's see. Oh. It's just like ignoring this completely. Kind of weird. Is this Minecraft music? Yes. I don't really listen to royalty-free music on stream. I just try to find music that doesn't get me copyright struck. Claims are okay, striking not so great. I wonder if it's because they're being told to hide from the ground capture, which isn't necessary anymore, I don't think. We shouldn't need to do that now that we've baked this data. So we can undo it. We could also just place a larger... Well, hold on, I'm kind of confused about this then. Okay, I can take away the tags. Hey, Serene Oasis, how you guys doing? Good to see you on Friday. It's still doing it. That's so weird. You know the bridge building game? Yeah. Can you go and add that here? We shall see. I do want to add more mini games actually. Distractions. Just randomly throw in other games aside. That's what I was thinking. I kind of like that idea of just... You just don't know that there's this mini game. Kind of like Yakuza. Chessboards and card games, yeah, exactly. If we can swing it, I'll do it because I like the idea of it. Understand. Can I just print this? It's weird too. It feels like this would be a massive oversight from the standpoint of the game. So there's this in updating the player's movement speed, because you want to be able to move a little bit slower when you're in water as opposed to on land. They do this check for the height of the fluid, and if it's greater than 0, it slows down your movement. The problem is that, and I don't understand why, it's ignoring this bridge. So anytime you see in the upper left that the fluid height is greater than 0, it's going to slow my movement, which it is right now. So we walk normally, walk normally, walk normally, and then bam, we're slowed down. Because the debug seems to just be ignoring the bridge entirely. And I don't know why. Haunted bridge, yeah, right. This is in the data component, right? Oh no, this is a custom function. Jumped off and drowned herself. Now when people go through that bridge, they feel the clammy, cold embrace of the sea. Nice. I just say you also must be swimming. Like if it's greater than 0 and you must be swimming. Which feels like that should have been the way that it was created all along. I mean, I don't even know why we would have to check the height. Why can't we just check if the player is swimming or not? Although I kind of get the reasoning for it. They want to slow you down a bit when you're walking in like knee-height water, but I don't really care about that, right? See, normal. Once they're swimming though, we can slow the player down a bit. That should fix the bug here. Yeah. There is a little bit of a delay, but it's negligible. It's negligible and acceptable, especially for a prototype. Alright, bug fixed. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. I was actually kind of wondering if we wanted to reconfigure the coastline at all. If it wouldn't be smarter to actually build underwater first, so that we know what the coastline is going to look like, and we might change something, right? And then to build out the rivers flowing into it. You know, maybe we change this a little bit for any underwater creatures to get through more easily. And that might affect the coastline, in which case now our data is going to be off, because if I start to landscape this out, you know, it's not going to adapt to that. We'll see. We can always just redo the coastline data. I mean, it's not that difficult to do. We still have the domain here anyway, so if it needs to be rebuilt, we can. More importantly, we need to fill out this pond properly. We need to redo this river. The domain needs to be large enough to reach underground as well, so we can put fluid into here. My only worry is that the height map might get fucked up down there, and I don't know how to fix that. Because it needs the height map to pull that data, and it's underground. I'd have to make a simulation domain specifically for this. We can test it though. Alright, this is gonna be big. Be very, very big. I don't even know if it'll be big enough. Out of video memory. Okay. I see. Great start. I think I know why it does that. There's something that's running probably in the construction script that is just overloading memory. And while you're moving it, it's probably, it doesn't throw it to the garbage collector until you stop moving it. So if you're moving it constantly, it's going to constantly overload the memory, whereas you really just need to like move it in small bursts to give the garbage collector time to pick it up and dispose. Fine, we'll fix it. Wait, did it save any of the changes I just made? I definitely saved the player character. But none of my level changes? Yeah, whatever. I'm stupid. Try this again. Yeah, I'll watch the memory up here as I move it. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. It's an issue with it updating every tick during movement. I mean, and naturally putting this at the maximum resolution is going to already increase memory. But you need to like move it in short bursts. Memory spikes to 11,000 megabytes. God, it isn't even going down. The fuck? How am I supposed to move it? How do they expect me to get this in position? Where's the domain? I mean, I think like reloading the map would solve it. Saving the map seemed to reduce some of that. I need to like do this in small bursts or something. God. We have to be really careful here. That height is not enough. Okay, our new issue is this. We know that we can't have more than one surface actor in a level. Yeah, new issue hype, right? But I don't think that this is the maximum size of the domain we can get with a simulation domain. We need to have to fit all of our domains in here, and if I draw on the screen, I'll show you where they are. We have one here. We have the river. We also have the underwater pond, which I don't know how we're going to solve. We have this up here. There's that underwater area. This river. And there's a pond about here-ish. And they all need to fit within that size. And I'm a little worried that we won't be able to do that. It's going to be really, really tight on size here. And anytime I move this, my memory spikes to crazy ass levels. I need to move it and then save because that seems to lower the amount significantly. Shit. No, it crashed my drivers. No. Fine. Oh. Opera has recovered from a crash. Yes, I don't want to inform them. Thank you though. Actually, this is the second crash of the day. No, it just won't even start anymore. There we go. It's never ending here on this channel, is it? Although it's reasons like this why I have two computers. Just, you never know. Making a game of this size, what's gonna happen? I mean, what if I try to set the domain size back to... What if I just move it with typing in numbers? That helps. Do it that way. No, wrong way. That significantly reduces the bullshit. Okay, I at least need to move it far enough over. Like, we can adjust where the river starts. I don't really care about that. As long as it has this inside it. Oh, it's kind of helping. I see memories spiking to 18,000. Hold the phone. Reset the simulation size. I mean, hold on. If it's... Let me do this instead. I'll just scale this motherfucker up, or we'll just move him around. Yeah. Much better. Wait, was this always this big? Whatever. Ignore it. Okay, hide the simulation domain. Or set it back to normal size for the briefest of moments. We're gonna move the cube around. I'm gonna set the material though to the phantom. Just so it's kind of see-through-ish. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to see though. Any like translucent? Any materials that are easy to see through? X-ray material. Wind debris. VR text material. Oh yeah, looks great. Actually kind of works. Okay, so it does have this pond in it. Got this pond. Wouldn't have to change too much of the start of that. We don't have much more north that we can move, and I think we're north enough for this pond. Means that this is actually a very good location for the simulation. And it just covers the river start. Only big worries to me would be the underwater parts or underworld parts, but I think we can fix that by getting a height map capture by ignoring these rocks. Since the way that we designed this cave is kind of shitty, but it works in this case. This one will be a bit more difficult underneath here, especially because we need the height map of up here to obtain this river information. So it's very possible we might just want to keep this plane down here for the water in the cave. Like, that might just have to be how it is. Also having texture issues. Whatever. Okay, so this domain should be okay at this size. Shouldn't have to move it at all. Phantom cubes, hide those, please. We should see the height map capture. Although I'm pretty sure recently we did discover that if it's too close to the edge it can cause some problems. But we'll see about that. Yeah, and I don't imagine it's going to capture anything down here. A plane, this one. Let's move that over here. Pretty low resolution. Should be fine though, honestly. that's a pretty good height, actually. You can test it by turning on the snow. Or I can always just adjust the height of the, you know, that's probably a better idea. Get the water to where I want it and then adjust the masks afterwards if we need to. That's my only worry, is making sure that this doesn't poke through the level in weird ways. I do worry about that. I really hope it doesn't, but I'm really worried it will. I mean, we're gonna kind of fix that by making sure all these rocks up here are just hidden. I guess we can do that now. I don't even know how many there are here. We'll try to get these grouped up into a new folder. Old cave rocks. Okay, we clearly missed some. Probably need those to hide. We also would want to hide these from the ground capture. anything that might mess with the capture height conforming to the landscape. Obviously it's gonna have trouble here just because of how steep it is. No doubt about that. I don't know why that tree is floating either. Okay, move those to old cave rocks. I don't know why these aren't being hidden. Move to old cave. We really placed a lot of rocks down here, didn't we? Kinda went overboard. The height map generator should automatically ignore anything that's instanced from the foliage. So any of the blueprints there should be ignored, I assume. Look. It's like it doesn't see the old cave rocks folder. That's so weird. It's like it doesn't want to move one of these in. Annoying. Was it not letting you move the to old K-Rex because if the selected was already in the, that's what I was wondering, Blackor. Welcome, by the way. But I'm trying to see which one might have already been in that folder, but it doesn't appear like any of them were. I think Unreal's just being Unreal today. Unless it's this one. No, that one wasn't in there either. Very odd. Maybe it's still like one of the ones you moved prior selected. It's very possible. I mean, I should have had these in the folder in the first place, right? Haven't been the most, The same thing here. It's the same thing. It's preventing it here. Move to Old Cave Rocks. Move to Old Cave Rocks. I have no idea at this point. I'm wondering if it's because I have Old Cave and Old Cave Rocks. As, you know, maybe there's some issue with them being named similarly. I don't know. Okay, that's all the rocks. I'd like to get these now. Watch, now it's going to let me move these to Old Cave Rocks, but not to the Old Cave folder. Just you wait. Get them selected after you move them, and I think you just forgot to start a new set of selections. That's probably true. That's probably true. I think that's okay. Okay, everything else, foliage stuff, should be okay. The ground map capture is gonna ignore that. I just worry that this is a bit too steep for it, because this is not a great way to have built the old cave. It's a very old part of our level. Whatever game is, this looks pretty good, by the way. Thank you. Working on a solo? Mostly solo, yes. Ooh, you. I can't really do anything about that. I don't think this has collision, so I think the ground map capture should ignore it, but I can always give it a tag to ignore. Solution rocks, right? Hide everything with rocks and particle effects. See this up here? This is ugly. You know how we hide it? We put those in front of it. Okay, where's my domain? Get a new ground map cap. Oh, it's not. Is it not deep enough? Well, that will be a problem too. $8,000. Yeah, 8,000's enough. Gotta fix that. We're gonna have a lot of little cleanup to do. But I think that covers the world pretty well. We should be able to grab a source actor now and throw it in. I'll delete the old plane. This one. Just gonna move it off to the side for now. All those will be deleted eventually. Oops, wrong one. Duration -1. Why shareware was abandoned as a viable business strategy? That's a very weird question to ask. I don't know. I just say things, Lazy Fangs. I say things on this channel, they get me in trouble. And, then we have fun with it. I think that's relatively the same height that it was before. Unless I'm mistaken. I think it's a little too high. I don't remember it getting up near the edges of here. Yeah, it's a bit too high still. That's better. This was never very deep. It was never deep enough to swim in, that's for sure. But I think that's accurate. Can I select all descent? Nope, not all descendants, all children. Okay, it selected none of them. Wonderful. Thank you very much, game. I'm going to tag all of these with Flux Hide. And I'll do the same thing for everything here. The ground capture should ignore all of it then. Much better. I have a strange fondness for this cave, even though it's kind of poo-poo. But I like it. Oh, you play a game, you buy it if you like it? I think because certain people in business didn't want to... They didn't want to risk it. They wanted every single sale. If somebody wants the game, they should buy it. That and games just became more expensive to create, like, as a whole. Okay, water here looks good. That's the plane, we can ignore that. Let's adjust this pond over here. Plane. Wait, there's water in here? Where's this water from? Is it from the coastline? Yeah, I shouldn't be there. Hey, Uvi. Uh-oh.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients,
It's so
making
loud.
like one gigantic, delicious cream pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
That's very loud. Thank you, Liren, for the raid. Holy shit, that's so loud. I need to turn that down a bit. That was loud for you guys too, right? Not just me. Turn it up. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Wow, wee wah. That was so fucking loud. I really appreciate it though. Thank you, Liren, for the raid, and welcome raiders. Welcome tired raiders. I imagine it's not the greatest time of the day for you guys over there, but I appreciate you appearing. Have a nice night. And we're just relaxing. You can relax here. You can listen to some Minecraft music. Watch me fail at dealing with water. We'll need to do a whole coastline capture again. I still don't understand where this... I don't know what this is. There's just like, there's this white phantom ghost underneath my level. I don't know what he is. I don't know where he's from. He's just here hanging out. It legitimately looks like one of these, but like scaled down really, really, really small. One of these cloud cards. Could it be? No. Raptor can't hold his water in? No, I can't. I'm so tired of water. I'm planning to stream over the weekend a little bit. The new PoE League. But I will be honest, I'm a bit tired. I'll still try to do it, but I might not do any camera for it. I might just kind of just relax and just play the game. Why is there wetness here? Who pissed on my terrain? In a perfect 90-degree angle. There's also some water over... Where was it? Oh no, it was over on this one. Yeah, right here. If you guys are gonna piss on my level, please save it for DashCon. For the ball pit. Okay, were there any other instances of the water appearing down here? I was thinking an alternative solution to getting water down here would be to generate a static mesh for it. I'm not sure because I'm not sure. If I have to keep one plane in here, I'll do it. And we'll just keep that like it is. It's not a big deal. Okay, does the ground capture... Oh no. I don't know if it's tall enough to capture the river area. No, it should be. Yeah, no, we're okay. We're okay. The river spline. But I need to get the audio spline too. Old River sucks. Nobody likes it. Everyone hates it. New River is going to be so much cooler. So much more jive. I'm going to put a phantom cube here too. We want to block those off. I know people might be wondering, like, why are we doing that? It seems kind of pointless. Also, there's a bush here. The reason we do it is because if the player's too close to the source of water, they'll hear sound like the waves crashing against a beach. Obviously, if there's no water around that they can see, that's going to sound a bit weird, so we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. Give the daily motivational speech to make games. Do I do that? I should do that. Make the games of your dreams, chat. You can do it. It's easier than ever. You have so many tools and free assets available to you. Don't make games, don't compete with me, please. No, you should make. Just do it. Yeah, just do it. Don't let your dreams be memes. I mean, honestly, there are a ton of free assets. I mean, there's free assets right now. If you're like, okay, I want to jump in to make games, what do I have available to me? I'll show you. I hope they're good. I don't remember what they were this month. Mega Scans is amazing. Absolutely it is. You have high quality photo scanned meshes and materials that you can pull into your game for free when you load up Unreal. Look at this shit. Want to make a desert game? Boom. Here's your desert. And you're like, do I have to pay for it? No. Do I have the right to use it in a game that I release and sell for money? Yes. Do I have to credit the author? No. 100% free. Desert not your thing? What about European Hornbeam? Look at this shit. Photo scanned, free. Like, okay, assets, cool. What about some other stuff? Stylized landscapes, magic VFX, Mediterranean coast, world director NPC, so there's a lot of pawns in the world at the same time, an ultimate character. Blueprint for attacks, AI, inventory manager, blocking system. Free. You can make games. And you know what? We're probably going to have a... Some people hate money. Some people do hate money. But we're going to be having a stream one day, I think, where I will teach you the basics of blueprinting. It's not going to be best practices. It's mostly just going to be, here's how you get started. Here's how you communicate between blueprints. This river is fine. My only problem with it is that It's really poorly set up. It doesn't really go down. In fact, it has to go up in order to go down this. Which means that the level of the water is going to be really fucked up here. Which means we need to re-landscape. I can't pull the landscape up here. It's a little bit dangerous. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit dangerous if I pull the landscape up there. We need to be careful about screwing up the landscape here. But I need it to kind of flow downhill a bit, and it's right now it's not. Okay, we'll start at that level. We'll go down a little bit. That's not a little bit, but... we'll smooth it all out too. I just want to get the angles correct on here first. Okay, as long as that ends up being higher than this, we're okay. Yes. Okay, we do have to, you know, modify this a little bit, but goes down, and here we'll have to go up a little bit, but it should be okay. I'm going to hide the foliage real quick. The foliage should readjust to the new topography, so you won't have to mess with it at all. Load disk space. Okay, that's exactly what I was hoping to hear. I know what it's doing. And I know why I should probably just restart the engine real quick. I think it's using my C drive for virtual memory, and I should change that to my D drive. I can fix that. That's really quick to do. I have a very small C drive because it's just meant for my boot. But if it's being used for virtual memory, that's a problem. Disk management. Do I do it here, or can I do it through here? Oh, I totally forget where to do it. I just need to quickly change virtual memory usage for the disk. Change virtual memory. That's right, we do it through here. There we go. Make the one on D first, then delete C. That would have been smarter, wouldn't it? Yeah, the web results in start menu is so fucking stupid. It's so bad. You drive so small, it is. Like I said, this is my old motherboard, and I'm just scraping by. I think it's like if I want to update my CPU, I have to update my motherboard, my RAM, and yeah, it would just be, it just adds up. It all adds up. So I'll use it till it pops, essentially, or until I can't develop on it anymore, which it's starting to get there because my CPU on this is really bad. I should probably restart my computer. We'll try to get by with what we have, though. If I could do some... Yeah, I know they won't apply yet. But if I could do some contract work as a designer, I could make some money. Not many people contract designers, though. Because, number one, designers have a big ego problem. And a lot of designers don't think... The designers that are causing problems, right? That are fucking up companies, probably have an ego problem where they don't want to admit that they're fucking things up. So of course they're not going to contract a designer to come in and tell them where they're fucking things up. Like, I mean, it makes sense. And usually you don't need a designer to help you finish off a project like you would with like programmers, right? Like, hey, let's get some external programmers in just to help us finish off the build. What's your rate? It depends on what I'm doing. Like, helping people with some documentation is not too much, but if I'm doing some in-engine work, especially with like balancing a game, then I need to be able to understand the game and, you know, work much longer days because balancing takes a lot of time, so things like that. Depends on how much do you have? Oh, $10,000. Oh, that's really funny. That's exactly how much it costs. Just a little bit of water over here. Can't be fucked to balance. It seems daunting. I mean, you are working on a game that is almost entirely like balance is. It is how the game is made. So. Like, you can skimp on assets, you can skimp on some features, but if the balance of an incremental game is fucked up, you pretty much don't have a good feeling incremental game. Okay, we'll smooth all this out. I just want to get it kind of increased in size. Okay, this should be hidden by the landscape, so the player won't see it. Tell me games make effort. Well, yep, they do. Sadly. Speaking of incrementals, because I'm working on one right now. Oh shit. Maybe you guys should collab. You know, like, I touch your dick, you touch mine, that kind of thing. Help each other out. That's how the saying goes, right? What if someone has a vagina? I mean, vaginas are pretty cool. I like them. Unfortunately, they aren't allowed in women's sports, though, these days. A lot of water to come down here. I'm a little worried it might push up here too. Like, I don't want it to be difficult to get out of this once the player's inside. Trying to decide between providing all information up front or hiding some of it to be discovered because I want to avoid wiki-driven gameplay. But here's the thing, you want to avoid wiki-driven gameplay, but do your players want that? What is it? What is that? What am I running into here? Why is there water here? Why can't I see it? Wiki will sprout out any way it will. Designer get to guide players somewhat. If a game is obfuscated, they will make external sources. If it's straightforward, you'll just have strategy guides. But a person having to reach out for help is in your hands. I think I play a lot of incremental games. They're pretty fun. Until you hit the wall where you're supposed to spend money. I fucking hate. I mean, some are much better than others. Some are much more fair, right? But I think what I like about them is just how casual and simple they are to enjoy. I don't know what I'm hitting here. There's clearly water, but I don't know where from. You'd be surprised, even small games have wikis. They're just not usually as up-to-date or as well made. But they do exist. People do make them. There's water here too. We're gonna have to be careful about that. There seem to be some invisible spots of water. I think the ground capture is pretty bad near the edges. Oh, it's kind of messing up here. I wonder. I think we can tell the simulation to... We could just put a, some phantom cubes down. We'll see. We'll see if it's needed. Yeah, it's like simulate. Can you just not simulation? Can we just cool it for like 2 seconds? Can we talk this over? I mean, we'll see what happens. I'll try just doing this. Yeah. 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 I mean, would phantom cubes even stop this? Phantom cubes. Yeah, episode 1. Problem is if I were to, right now to tell the simulation data to rebuild, I think it would fuck up here. It's like water looks good there. Here, though, we definitely have this issue. I'll let it go just because I want to see what where this water kind of leads to. We could set up multiple sources too. Let me just make it smaller. It doesn't need to be big. And maybe we can prevent it going over the edges with that. Those are just really close to the edge. Oh. That's how it's gonna be, huh? I was just doing that along the whole fucking river. The ground capture is messed up here. I don't know why. It just goes like straight down from the edges. Like it's ignoring all of this. And it shouldn't be. Why is it doing that? I think it's because it's not high. Yeah, it's not high enough. That's why. I know the reason. Let me save it. Don't crash. Don't crash. Come on. You can do it. No, it's not gonna crash. We're okay. But moving that domain is definitely dangerous. This velocity modifier is so weird. Still going down the edges, though. The problem is, if it can happen there, it's gonna happen. I mean, it's not going anywhere, though. And it's very spiky. That's an issue. I don't know why that's occurring. At the very least, I'd just like to see it plop down. I was wondering if too close to the ground might have been a reason. I don't think so. Oh yeah, I forgot it's gonna get stopped by this log. I think it's just because these are so big, like it's low resolution. But I don't really think I have a way to fix that at the moment. Yeah, terrain, but it should be smooth. I mean, I used flatten on it, like it is completely flat here. I read that too, but it doesn't make sense. This terrain here is very, very flat. I could try to adjust some of the settings for the ground capture, maybe. Let me take away the velocity real quick. Just see what this does. I can hide the spiky areas with water, or with rocks. I could just put some rocks down. I'm not against that. Just hide all the bugs with rocks. I mean, I could just try making like a small little island area. It's very weird because it is completely flat. But maybe because it's completely flat, that is also fucking it up a little bit. I wouldn't think so, but maybe. It's annoying. Annoying is what it is. Okay. Alright. Alright, where's my... First, let me set this to flux hide. The water can get around it. And then I'll throw down a blocking volume. How can I get the water under it? No, it's whatever, just do that. Let's just give it some variance and see if that helps at all. It was either that helped or adjusting some of the... I don't know. I don't know, it's like, fluid flux is weird. You can do the weirdest things to help it. I don't know. This whole plugin is just wild sometimes. Anyway, it should get under the log now. Still need to do that. This looks okay. This is okay. We need to render it all into one simulation data asset. This is going to be very difficult and complex to do. But if we can manage it, we'll have our whole level done, and I don't really want to touch water again because it's very finicky. Okay, it's really just gonna go kind of just straight down here. It's gonna be rendering weird, but as long as I can get over this hump, I can check if there are any major problems with the rest of the river. A little bit of weirdness here. I could have it ignore this rock. I don't think I can adjust it now, but I'll try. Oh, no, that immediately does it. Okay, good to know. What we can do is we can put another source here to help kind of increase the velocity and help push a bit more water over the edge. Obviously, we will need to get rid of the water. We have a few things to adjust here to make it work properly, but that isn't too difficult. That's so great. Good thing is I don't see any issues back here. Yeah, we should be okay. Okay, let's get this fixed up. We're going to change this from a cube to a cylinder. Like, we're gonna try to push it over with some more force. But at the very least, we can try to help it over by giving it a bit of a hump to follow. And if we need to make this thinner, we can. That shouldn't be a problem either. Because I think this is going to look kind of silly with how far it's moving. It's going to be cutting it pretty close. And that's only if the domain respects it. I think there's going to be some problems with it. Go Phantom is special mode Ranger's ground, but not visible to the world during gameplay. Doesn't seem to take it into account. Why? It should wrap around that. weird. Okay, out of video mode. Wonderful. Thank you, game. Thank you so much. It should be using that phantom mesh to wrap around the ground map. But it didn't seem like it was working. Don't know why. Do.
I'm wasted!
Thank you, Valakra, for the follow. How much progress did I just lose? Got a rare wahoo. Nice, nice, nice. Great, we're back with our bug. The spikes, I think. Oh no, spikes are gone, thankfully. They look like they want to be there sometimes. We have one spike. We have more spikes. Can I landscape while it's glitching out? I can. Okay. I fixed it. That's really weird. You'd think it would be easier on a flatter surface to render the water. It boggles my mind. Everything about this. We have to quickly adjust things before the water comes. Yeah, the resolution when you have such a large domain kinda sucks. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, let's just do that too. There should be a way to adjust the edge of this. That's only edge on this source. It's not going to adjust edge on... I don't know. I think it's still going to have that problem. I think the only way to really address it would be to... I guess just make the edges higher? Water settling underground is causing the fluctuations for Q's? What? Why does it seep? Where do you mean? Where is it seeping? Like here? I think it's trying to help merge it into the side to look better. The problem is it's just going like straight down instead of going out. I don't know exactly why. Unfortunately. Does the other river do it? But we don't have the other river set up yet. Unfortunately. It was doing some of it. Like, you know, and it going underground is not a big deal for that river, but it is for this one. Does the example river do it? I mean, every single source of water should do it a little bit. Okay, that one's not set up yet. You can see it here. And I think it's because it's trying to reach this water level. There could be a fundamental fuck up. There could just be a way to normalize the water in an area, because the way that this is being handled is, you know, I'm creating an infinite source, right? I mean, I'll check the other ones. I don't know why the ground map is not working with my phantom meshes either. That's kind of not great. Had that issue, fluid flux breaks when you're doing very large simulations. Hey man, how you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, it does fuck up. I don't want to do a large simulation, but I can't combine simulation data unless maybe I rendered them out to height maps and velocity maps and then combine them in like Photoshop, but that just seems not something I want to do. I really would like to avoid that. Seems like work. It seems like a lot that I don't know if it would work properly. Especially for a prototype. But I need it to be serviceable until then. Changing high res seems to be the way to go. That's if you can combine simulation data. The problem is I'm using the coastline data within this, so I can't have multiple domains or surfaces within the level if they're overlapping. The documentation does not tell me how I can combine multiple domain pieces into one larger surface. Not to mention the fact that I have the water underneath here too. And I don't know how in the hell I'm going to get height map data fed down there without fucking up this river. I don't think it's even possible. This I would just prefer to cook into a static mesh down here and not even have it be part of the surface at all. Which is much easier to do. Yeah, let me check the river. I don't think there's any way to get a better resolution out of this. But I've been thinking for the last couple days if it would be possible to Photoshop the simulation data. That seems like too much work for a fucking prototype. I just can't even get that to notice those meshes. Very weird. That's just odd. I don't know if there's any way that I can avoid. Unless they place a bunch of rocks around and hope that they don't cause that much spiking, but I doubt it. It's kind of just happening all over the place. I don't know why this spiking... Look at this, it's just kind of like... just dips into the ground for no reason. Why is it doing that? Why are there holes? All the fucking over the place. Jesus Christ. Okay, yep, just crash the, okay. Yeah, that works. What a day. I mean, worst case, I'll just delete these fucking rivers, I don't care. The limitations of fluid flux, though, are pretty goddamn massive. Basically, if you're using it for ocean, if you're using it for coastline, you're cool. No problem. If you want to use it for lakes and rivers, fuck you. Fuck everything about you. How dare you desire to have fluid in a lake? No, that's obnoxious. That's obnoxious. What do I do here? What do I do? Do I bang my head against the wall or a prototype? Honestly, this river does so little for the scene. Oh, but we ended up using fluid flux only for things like waterfalls and other small scale, right? Simulated full river ended up with the same issues. Yeah, I mean, like I can get them blended. I can blend the simulations easy. And doing one river, especially this river is so much safer to do, and I would much rather do this The issue is that you can only have one domain, and or I should say this way, you can't have overlapping domains, and you can't have more than one surface in the world. However, you can have, in a coastline actor, you can blend a coastline and a simulation domain. That's it, but only one simulation domain. So if you want to have multiple pools or rivers in the scene, the only way to realistically do it is to have one simulation domain where you simulate all of your ponds and rivers, and then you blend that into the coastline. But clearly, if I have a large coastline domain, because I have to, because that's how the coastline domain works, which it's fucking massive and takes up my whole level, then the only way to really make the surface domain is to also make it massive, which, as we all know, ruins the resolution to the point where it just isn't that useful for things that are moving. Ponds, it's okay. You know, no problem down here at the pond, wherever the fuck it is. Oh, it's just borked right now because I'm fucking with the height map. Okay. Yeah, that's cool too. Why don't we just play with that one? I don't even know anymore. Tried hacking the resolution limit, but that caused insane performance issues. Yeah, I mean, I'm just crashing. I'm just running out of video memory at this point if I try to mess with it. There's something, I think, on the construction script that is just overwhelming your video RAM, probably with the height map or something. I can render out static meshes in cases where the player is not intended to be able to swim. That's okay, but I need, if the player is able to swim in one of these locations, then it needs to be part of the surface actor. Otherwise, the game, you know, it won't know to enable swimming. God, it's just, everything is just breaking at this point. The only one I want this player to be able to kind of swim in is this. And this. I mean, I want the waterfall. I can do the waterfall. But I like this river. And that river, if it has problems with any spiking going underneath the landscape, it doesn't matter because the player can't go under there, but the player can go underneath here. And that's an issue. The spiking then comes through. Use fluid flux for visuals. I mean, the good thing is I have the swimming working. And the swimming, you know, it looks great. I'm not unhappy with it. Actually, it's going to be broken right now because I have 2 domains in the world. Let me just delete. Or can I just tell it to not affect the world? Maybe then it won't break. And the worst part is the documentation, because the documentation tells you none of this. "100% the most important thing for me to have working in this scene is this lake. Without a doubt. River here is secondary. Ended up using Fluid Ninja. How much did that cost? Granted, I don't need large bodies of water. Subnautica made in Unity. They made their own solution, which is smart. $150. Probably should just use that then. I saw somebody, you know, before I bought this, I saw somebody in their Discord just say that, you know, this was pretty fucked up for rivers and lakes. I agree. I think for oceans and coastlines, fluid flux is pretty damn amazing and really quick to get working. But lakes and rivers in a scene? No, you're just fucked. You're fucked, and the documentation won't even tell you how to make it look halfway decent. River example in Fluid Flux looks amazing? There is. But it's only one river. Yeah, the scale of it is, yeah, it's... I mean, it looks nice, it works well, but holy shit, is it just... Like, what am I gonna need that small of a river for? No, my ball. Come back here, beach ball. Wilson! I'm back here. I mean, the good thing is we have the lake working. Like, the lake works, it looks nice. I'm happy with that. We can blend in that river without much issue. You know, we learned how to do that yesterday. Not because the documentation told us how. Of course it wouldn't, right? And so that works pretty well. So we're going to do that with this river. I'll remake my pond back here. I think we'll just say bye-bye to this river. As cool as it is to have a waterfall, it's just fucking up the cave underneath. This is just a prototype level anyway. We're going to delete this whole thing when we go to vertical. I just don't think it's worth it. I'll put something else up here that looks good. We can even put a pond up here if we want to use the, use some sort of fluid. But we'll get rid of the river. I don't think there's any way I can get height map data down here to use fluid flux even. I'd have to tell it to ignore the landscape. Only way I can think is to tell it to ignore that landscape for now. Have it render to here, output this to a static mesh, throw it down, and just make it so that the player can only really walk in here surface deep, and ignoring the static mesh. Probably the only realistic solution here. If that even works. I'll probably just do it with a separate domain, and I'll generate the static mesh from that. I don't know, I'm disappointed with fluid flux in some cases. I'm happy with it for coastline, and the ocean map looks incredible, but everything else is just obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. And to be honest, that's what this whole week has been, messing with fluid flux. Too high. All right, let's see. That's on the landscape, so that'll bump up. Although I think it'll just ignore it. Still some weird issues here. It's probably from these up here, isn't it? I don't like either how needlessly complex it feels to work with fluid flux. It's by far one of the most complex and frustrating plugins I've ever used in Unreal. No, it's this fucking up. Well, shouldn't be using foliage. Classic. Shouldn't be using that anyway. I mean, I don't think that's going to cause a problem. It's a great step towards realistic water storage, but it's just that. It's a yeah, it's, I don't know. I'm pretty pissed off with it. Oh, there's this asshole underneath. I see you now. Yeah, bitch. I fucking see you. You can't hide from me. How? Well, that's not gonna help, but I need to ignore this completely. Maybe it's this fucking it up? Something here is messing it up. It's clearly this. But I just told it to hide. This one's pretty small. I need it. You can't have it too close because otherwise the edges fuck up. This is just the default domain size. I don't need a lot of resolution. It's just static water. Like there's nothing here, and it's just going to be baked to a static mesh anyway. But I'd prefer if it didn't have weird mini holes like this. And I don't get why it's not properly hiding this. Actors of class. Let me add everything of the base class. Oh, wonderful. It didn't work. I'm so surprised that fluid flux didn't happen to work. Maybe the ingredient mesh is what needs to be hidden. Okay. All right, I see. Oops. Oopsies, oopsies, oopsies. No, this domain's is small enough. Domain's okay, but the big domains, there's clearly something wrong with the performance that I'm surprised the author didn't find. Like if you move around a 4K domain for like 5 seconds, anybody's computer is gonna run out of memory. It just balloons up. It's like 32 gigabytes of usage. It's absolutely absurd. Yeah, you guys said you hacked it, right? Did you guys go up to 8K or 16? You went to 16K? How much RAM did you chew through? You had to have at least 64 gigabytes, right? I imagine even more. And then by that size, basically your tiles are probably, you know, each tile is probably this big. Or 28 gigabytes. Oh my god. Okay, where's the export? Wait, can you export just a regular domain? Don't tell me I can't. Or do you need the I think you need the surface actor to do so. Yeah, the surface has the generator. Okay, I'm okay with that water. Wait, there's one that's like static. Why is it not showing me? Probably because we needed to start simulating. I forget where it places the procedural mesh. Oh, here we go. Create static mesh. How do we get the... Oh, that's kind of weird. Oh no, it's fine. How do we get the right material on it? test proc. That should mean we can... We need to get the right material in here, and I don't know how to do that. Hey Threadcraft, I've many ideas for my game, but I can't start the project. Any ideas of how to start? What is your game idea? If you don't mind sharing. And do you have an engine that you would like to work in? Have you played Fire and Ice on NES? I have not. What's the game? Strip it down to a few key features, write it on paper, and pretend you have to make it in just from the things in the paper. Yeah, any way that you can just limit your scope is always a good start, especially if it's your first game. I think that was the issue everybody runs into with their first game, managing the scope. Block pusher puzzle game. Okay, okay. That's nice and doable. Fire and Ice NES. Oh yeah, that's very doable. I mean, you could honestly work in a ton of different engines for this. You could even work in like Game Maker. How much experience do you have making games, StarCraft? Godot or Unity? I think Game Maker though, or Godot. It depends on if he's like a coder or anything. It's a block pusher puzzle game, but you can leave the stage and explore what is beyond. So kind of like an open world puzzle game, right? Not open world. Linear. Okay, so you have these puzzles, right? What is beyond them that the player would want to go out and explore? That'll give me a better understanding of what you're trying to achieve. Ooh, sprites. And while you're telling me, I will struggle to get this static mesh with the right material. Because of course they don't tell you how. Preparing material for static meshes, that would be great. Make it an error saying it can't be saved. No, the material configuration is designed for static meshes and can handle fluid data such as foam and velocity. The different vertex. River surface over static. Might take a bit to type. Yeah, go for it. I don't mind. Take your time. I mean, do I have to make like a material instance? Promise if I put that down too, I think it's just gonna look trash. We'd need to alter the color. Where is this material? Okay, yeah, there is some. Shit, where was I? There we go. Maybe I should make a GitHub for my Fox game. You guys and your GitHubs. Okay, so what can I do here? Use detail wave. What does that do? I don't know. Fluid color. There's something we can type here. Flux wave to texture. Use flux wave. Flux surface mesh. Surface layer. Use cut mask. Use ocean. What does that do? Don't know. There was some way to grab the data, but I forget how. Use flux state. Turn it off. Okay. I don't have that. Shit, I'm dying. SVN all the way. Also, hey, Marway, how you doing? Thinking about the turtles, are you? Oh my god. I start to say hey to you guys and then I just inhale like some dust or something. Really fucking funny. Painter. I mean, I guess I could use a painter, but that works only on the surface, and I would just be having the. I would be deleting the surface and just putting the static mesh down here. So I can't use that. And the last train in the world, because you don't want to be a scavenger in the waste anymore. You must progress to the front of the train and solve the puzzles the conductor has created. You may live in a better place than the waste. Okay. Train starts breaking a little way into your journey, and you must repair the train as well as do the puzzles. Planning to do in Godot or Mono. So you have to. You said it's linear. You have to do the puzzles in order. So it will still be a larger tile map, but you can only move puzzle pieces within a smaller area. And I would assume like each train car, right, or each wagon. Correct me where I'm wrong on any of that. You can move things between cars. Yeah, that should be doable. That should be doable. Because I think you can make each car a separate map and then just detect if there's something on... Like, I don't know if the player can, like, pick things up or if you're pushing things, like blocks. But either way, that's no problem. I mean, I think where to start working would just be to make one wagon and just see if you can push things around in there, respecting the edges of a map. Like, just start with the core essence of your game, which is pushing things in train wagons or train cars, and build out from there, you know. Once you have, like, being able to push things around in a car and then moving things between cars, you pretty much have your entire game. From a mechanics standpoint, you just need to build out the puzzles and do a bit of scripting for the logic of each one. Yeah, I mean, I hope it helps. And thank you for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. Color surface overlay. I don't know which color this is the one though. I will try changing these to different colors and see what happens. We'll just place it there and yeah, I'll figure it out. You know, you can always also start... I know prototyping is very useful to jump into prototype, but at the very least, you seem to have written down your idea, which is great. That's a great start. You could also write down some of your pillars of what really make this game special to you, so that when you're expanding it, if new ideas come to you, you don't violate those pillars and start making a game that is in conflict with the original idea. I mean, you can always modify your pillars, too, if you think that there's something else that needs to take precedence, but at least... that'll kind of keep you thinking about what's most important to achieve. And then also a gameplay loop is always helpful as well. You don't have to do that before prototyping, but it helps to have it at some point pretty early on. Okay, this changes the color a bit, so... let me change it to blue. Kind of like a darker blue, I think. GitHub thinks my repos are important enough to force me to use an authenticator app. Yeah, joke's on GitHub. How mean, right? Surface scattering 1. Don't really see that changing anything, to be honest. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I changed something and my water went black. Maybe let's not mess with that. Oh, I see. It's because these values are boosted up past their normal amount. Yeah, let's not fuck with that one. Surface overlay is just black. Oh, I see. I like how cloudy it is on the surface. Looks a little weird. That reflecting. Oh, it's reflecting the crystal. I see. Okay. I think that's acceptable. Updating texture streaming data. Okay. Can you finish with that, please, engine? Unreal? You guys can't see it. It's on my other screen. Okay, there it is. Whew. God, I thought we crashed. Let's not do that. Let's save everything. I was testing something at home yesterday, and it's wild how good DLSS is. It's crazy, and it works so well in this. I know, like the prototype, you know, isn't meant to be performance friendly, but having DLSS support does really improve the ability to crank up the fidelity of the engine. Like, there's no excuse for this game to be running at 30 FPS. I mean, it was in editor, right? So there is like a small issue there. Probably get about 50 FPS on max settings on my home PC, which it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. But turning on DLSS instantly gets me like 30 more FPS, which is pretty awesome. Okay, we should be able to delete all of this then. This can go poof. This can go poof. And this can go poof. Or not. That's the... Break those references, it's fine. Okay, we still have... Big Boy Simulation Domain. The good thing is we don't have to care about this anymore. Oh my god. This should be fine. The player is just going to be able to kind of walk through it, I think, unless it has collision. No, it doesn't. Yeah, the player can just kind of walk through it. It's not going to be that great, but it'll at least look consistent with the rest of our water in the game, so that's, you know, a positive. And they're not going to have the underwater screen effect, so I will just adjust the landscape here to be a bit higher. And then that should be acceptable. Wow, what a great waterfall. Yeah, and we'll get rid of this. I'll still keep the pathway, but we'll just poof this out of existence. We can make like a pond up here or something. That'll be a lot easier on the system. Excuse me? I deleted you. Can you... Probably delete this too. That's no longer needed. What else do we have? We have this, which I need to update the coastline domain for that. This water just isn't working. I don't even know anymore. Probably because of this big boy. I can delete him too right now. Or just hide him. Actually, yeah, I'll just do that. Where is he? Okay, yeah, that's good. How do we lower the water size on this? obviously I don't want this effect. There is a way to do it. Yeah, there we go. Just needed to reconfigure. Okay, so our water is back here. That's okay. That looks fine. I think it's fucking up because of this phantom cube. Let me hide this temporarily. We only need it back on when we are working with the coastline. So for now, it's okay to turn that off. Ooh. Yeah, the resolution at that size is just nasty. I don't think there's any way to fix that either. Ew. What is going on? We scale the world? Do you mean that seriously? Okay. Look, at this point, Fluid Flux has destroyed my morality and my mentality so much that if you told me to resize the world and that would fix it, I might do it. What the fuck is going on here? What engine is this? This is Unreal Engine 5. And I'm working with one of the most annoying plugins. Who've ever been created. Stop doing that. Viewport. The scale of everything to 0.1, lower the movement speed of everything to 10% just for Fluid Flux to work correctly. It's sad that that would actually help certain things. What the fuck is it doing? Where's the domain? There's something. Okay, hold on. I need to fix this. This is pissing me off. What did I mess up in the height map capture? That helps a little bit. Area world pixel size. Increase size to cover the bigger areas without additional efficiency cost. How about accuracy? Fluid Flux. Can we talk about that for a moment? I don't care about efficiency as much as I care about accuracy at this point. Like, why are you doing this? What is here that you don't like? Okay? Tell me how it is that this has hurt you. Yeah, it's just a limitation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You think you could tell it, you know, to increase the you'd think that increased resolution would not decrease the resolution. Like, it's not increasing resolution, it's decreasing resolution in favor of size. It's just scale. Like, what is this? Maybe I can tell it to ignore these. Maybe that will help a little bit. I don't see why this would be causing a problem, but I don't know. I'm desperate. Probably tell it to ignore that, because that's going to be weird. And ignore this. I don't care if the water goes through it. What is this game about? This is an open world alchemy game set in a fantasy world where the potions you make can change the fate of the clients you make potions for. Right now we have created one NPC that I think does a pretty okay job. You know, I wrote it myself. I'm not a writer, so take that with a grain of salt. But we've written up quite a lot of dialogue for him that can do quite a bit to change his outcome for a story. What is the NPC name? Spoon. He is a goblin thief. What am I using for sky? I'm using ultra dynamic sky and weather. And I love the way our water looks during the storms. I think it's gonna be messed up right now though, because I have two domains inside of each other. Yeah, and we're trying to fix that. And do you know where in the documentation it tells you that you shouldn't have two domains overlapping? Nowhere. It doesn't tell you at all. Did you use domain expansion? A good point. I didn't try that. Okay, that looks better. Shouldn't be using one domain? Yes, but I have to use the simulation domain to create the data that I can then merge into the coastline. So I have to use one domain right now to create the data, and then once I create the data, I can delete the domain, and we'll be okay. This is made. This is made. This is static meshed, which is okay. I could do the same thing back here, but I'm just gonna throw a pond down here. Although I need to first reconstruct the coastline domain data with this phantom mesh, so I can get rid of this. This is a remnant. What I'm using Fluid Flux for, I don't think it was ever intended. I think the creator is just focused on creating good coastline and oceans, to be honest. What if you rescale the domain, bake one static mesh at a time on a much smaller scale, and then rescale a domain? The problem with the static meshes is that, they work well, and they're easy to create, but you can't swim inside of them. So any places where I want to swim inside need to be part of a surface actor. And the only way you can do that is to combine simulation domain created surface actor data with the coastline domain. But I can only do one of those data assets. So I have to create one data asset with all of my swimmable locations in it, or just one of them. And if that sounds really stupid, it's because it is. Because exactly it is. So like this here, we tested it yesterday to create this merging. And it does work well. You can see how it merges them. So it goes from this to... not that one. To this. And then this would be swimmable in. Because the static meshes you won't be able to swim in. Can you fake that with a simple swimming volume and place it manually into the bake mesh? Yes, but then you wouldn't get the camera effects that Fluid Flux allows for. It's just a it uses the data from the surface actor to determine if you're swimming or not. So post-process, I mean, now it's just getting overcomplicated. But no, a post-process wouldn't do it either, because there are certain things that also happen with the sound when you go underwater. It's all handled through the Flux data component and swimming component. Reverb volume, I don't... I think your idea of just rescaling the world would be even easier than that. I mean, arguably I'm already doing too much work for a fucking prototype, but I'm just angry at this point. Make your own Fluid Flux. I think it is created by a Polish guy, actually. And he admits that the worst part of his solution is his documentation. And you know what he's doing right now? He's working on features instead of documentation. Like, bro, can we not? Okay, I want my pawn back. That's how development works. You know, there's a lot of examples of game dev where you are 100% correct. Oh, document the tool so new level designers know how to utilize it. Nah, we have a milestone coming up. Oh, we should have done pre-production better. Yeah, we'll do it next time. Technical design document. Yeah, right. Just read the code. It's sad how factual every single thing you're saying is. And I hate it. I hate all of it. That's why I know I'm doing a bit more than a prototype should, but it's because I am the only person doing this. And I might as well figure out some unknown unknowns while I'm making this. What's the name of the game? The name of the game is called Cauldron Chronicles. And if you want to, you can go on our Discord and you can play the latest build. There's not much to it. You know, it's very simple. The core loop is there, but there's not much to do beyond that. But you can experience what we have for it. Category software and game development. Thanks, Riley. I didn't know it would do that, but thank you, Mr. Bot. Beep boop. I mean, I could rant for a long time about the failures of game dev when it comes to doing pre-production properly. I could, I have, and I will. What is this? Hello? Oh, there's some water down here. Because, you know, of course there is, right? Why wouldn't there be? Just because we need to update the domain's height map. Not important right now. Yeah, this sucks. Okay, gonna come down here. Pre-production, did you mean Steam page and trailer? Holy shit. Man, I had a pretty good friend. I'm not gonna tell like who it is. But that was essentially what he did. He's like, oh, I'm trying to, you know, I've made a pitch, I've made a Steam page, and, you know, I could tell that when I looked at it, he just mocked up some photos. And I'm like, shit, dude. He's like, do you have any advice for marketing? I'm like, bro, you don't even have a game. What do you want to market? Your mock-ups? What do you, Playway? I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking behind the scenes. Isn't that how it works nowadays? Sadly, yes. For a lot of places, that's exactly what they think of it. The day before. Are companies that literally make fake trailers? Yeah, they do. Steam pages and then sell them to devs if they gain enough traction. Yeah. Yep, Playway does that. We talk about that on stream quite a bit. Especially during Kickstarter review days. Which, the next one is coming up in a few days. Next week, Wednesday, will be our Kickstarter review day. Where I will once again lose all faith in game development. Should flow down. But that's also the reason why we're not marketing the game yet. I mean, you could kind of say that this is organically growing the community, but I vastly prefer that to, you know, wasting my... Sometimes you only have one chance at making a good impression, right? And if you're going to go to Steam, you're going to put your page up, and you're going to tell people to go to your page and wishlist it, you need to really go with something that wows people. And it's just not worth it to do that, in my opinion, until you have a vertical slice. Okay, sounds like a blast. Where'd you get the idea for this game? That's a good question. I don't know. I've always liked alchemy, like as a concept. And I've always felt like the alchemy games that I played were lacking in the narrative department. And so I just kind of wanted to make something that achieved that. I mean, how many dev companies can I be blacklisted in Marathon? Yes. I love being blacklisted from game dev companies and publishers. It is one of my favorite things to do. Because honestly, if they don't like me exposing scams, then I wouldn't want to work with them in the first place, so... How about... This is a crazy concept, guys. How about... Don't scam. Just don't do it. Just don't lie to players. How difficult and wild of a concept is that? Maybe just make a good game. Exactly, right? Here's Cookie. Maybe just make a good game and don't lie to people. And I think even publishers, actually even a lot of the publishers I speak to, love it. They liked that when we had the trailer for Cauldron Chronicles, that it was 100% gameplay. If you guys are curious, by the way, it's this trailer. Shut up, kid. Oh, look, it looks like trash because I recorded it at a bad bitrate and it was too late to adjust it. But this is all gameplay for them. And I think that was a really important aspect to show them, hey, this is where we are. This is what I've been able to make for a prototype. and you can play it. Like, and if you don't believe me, you can play it. You can see every single day of development on stream. I think that's an important aspect to it. Games don't need narrative. Players just want to pet a dog and be a powerful princess with cool guns, right? You're not wrong. Okay, this is gonna look really weird at the edges, but I'm hoping that we can kind of just get away with it. Never trust a dev with a dog. I don't trust developers who don't play games. And, you know, that's no disrespect to a lot of people I've worked with that don't play a lot of games. They were exceptional, especially like some of the engineers, right? They were great at fixing bugs in code, but they just didn't play games, and I don't really want to work with people who don't play games. Need to pull this down just a little bit more. Let me save this. Because you never know when it's going to crash on you. I don't mind devs don't play games. What I do mind is dev working on a game and never launching it. I have a problem with, like... No, I kind of disagree. Like, if you aren't up to date with what games are doing and what they're trying to accomplish, I think it's more important for, like, designers, right? Artists, I still think it's important because of certain technologies and how fast they evolve in game dev. Programmers... If you're an engine programmer, maybe not, but if you are a gameplay programmer, you absolutely should be playing games. Whatever you do, I just don't like the lying to players either. RPG community I moderate for has been playing Once Human together. We've been having a blast with our cute pets and unicorn skins for our guns. People do like that stuff, don't they? Okay, I need to put down a source actor here. Where I play games, plays Witcher 3, Gothic 1 and 2. I think nowadays it's really hard to play. I don't mind nearly as much nowadays if a dev says like, oh yeah, I just haven't played this newer game recently because, you know, I've been playing this other one. There's too many games coming out. It's understandable that people just don't have time to get to all of them. But you can also just watch, like, you can just watch streams, right? You know, game design, a good game designer can watch a stream for an hour of a game, or a YouTube video, or a trailer even. And if the trailer is good, a designer should be able to say, okay, I get the gameplay loop, I get what the player's trying to do, the goals, everything. Like, I get this game. Nothing is surprising me here. But it's also worth it to play it because there can be unexpected changes or, you know, just things that surprise you that you didn't expect from a game. Where's the domain? Just have been having you recently with gaming. I start something up, play for a few hours until all game mechanics and the full loop is revealed, stop there and never come back. Me too. And I've heard that as well from other designers. I think it's in a lot of cases a game design issue. But also I don't have a huge attachment to a lot of newer games. I don't know if that's just me or if you guys have similar things. It's hard for me to get invested in a new game these days. Invested and immersed. Had that for a while. Seemed to be a byproduct of also being a wizard with the power to create a world. Yeah, game dev kind of ruins the magic of creating, doesn't it? Or playing, I'm sorry. That's what I meant. If that a game has 100 plus hours of gameplay, please no. Did you did you hear about what was it? What? Wait, Wayward Realms. Can we please talk about this again? I need another designer's opinion. Okay, so creators of Daggerfall, right, are making a new game. They received $715,000 of funding. Let me just read some of these things to you. Okay, massive, beautiful open world, awesome. Filled to the brim with adventure? I should hope so. Vast, realistically scaled cities? Okay. Ambitious. Sprawling towns, deep dungeons, wonderful. Let's go into some of the details here. Ignoring some of their pillars, which we can talk about at a different time. Set in a massive world of over 500,000 square kilometers, with thousands of realistically scaled cities, towns, and labyrinthine dungeons to explore. Which, by the way, 500,000 square kilometers is twice the size of the United Kingdom. And you're thinking, okay, maybe 0.01% of you is like, okay, maybe this is possible. Everything is generic and procedurally generated? Yes, that's exactly it. And let's watch some of this. Okay, so first off, they clearly have some issues with their... It just speaks for itself. I mean, honestly, if you're a dev, and I know you are, I don't want to, reveal your identity, but you have more than enough experience to see all the things that I see wrong with this. This is pre-alpha. Yeah, so is mine.
A landmass of over 100 islands, steeped in political
Over 100
intrigue and
islands?
forgotten magic, and a multitude of adventures to be had. Ours begins on Ijar, a remote island in the northeast.
Fluid flux. Ultradynamic sky and weather.
We have come to the town of Melhelm, at the behest of Lady Ravensworth, stepmother to the local baron in search of information.
20 FPS.
Rumors have been circulating of strange occurrences.
Pretty sure these are mega scans.
The tomb of Lord Godsend.
And I mean, okay. Let me preface this by saying, if you're working in pre-alpha, if you're working in pre-production, it's 100% okay to use assets that you've gotten from the store. Tools like Ultradynamic Sky and Weather. More games than you think, if you're playing in Unreal, use Ultradynamic Sky and Weather because it's good and it's easy to use. It has great documentation. It's very flexible. There's nothing wrong with that. But it is a red flag that what you see here is oftentimes very quickly generated. And you can, if you don't know that they're using these things, you can get the impression that they have put more time and effort into making this look good, when in reality they had like $1,000, they dropped it on some assets, and here we are. I'm fair to shit on their FPS when yours runs below 60. It doesn't run below 60, it only runs below 60 in engine. Like, mine definitely gets 60 in build. But in editor, it's not that great. Don't use plugins and bought assets as selling points. Yeah, I 100% agree. And we've seen that before on Kickstarter, where it's like, they showed Ultradynamic Sky and Weather, and they're like, look at our weather system. Full storms and dust storms and snow. It's like, yeah, you took 10 seconds to drag 2 blueprints into the scene, and you have Ultradynamic Sky and Weather. But I agree. I don't care if you use them or not, but I just think there needs to be a point where you are honest with players and saying, this is what we've used to get started. And most developers don't do that.
A former rival to the Baron.
But it's okay to use assets, especially pre-alpha, when you're, working in pre-production, creating your prototype. Obviously, when you move to vertical slice, you need to make a decision like, okay, these tools that we did not make ourselves are what we're using throughout the rest of the game. And these are the tools and assets that are going to be handmade. And at the end of your vertical slice, you should have full documentation for all the tools you're going to use, pipelines for how you're going to utilize tools and create the assets, and it should be at release quality, right? You shouldn't have anything placeholder in your vertical slice. Now looking forward to try to tweak the weather. If you're using ultra dynamic sky and weather, honestly, tweaking weather is really, really easy to do.
Who met his end that hour on hands. We were sent to seek out Niles, an informant for the Order of Saint
Watch this.
Matra.
Oh my god, we have a door that vibrates a little when you press X on it.
But it seems the door is locked.
Yeah. No, the door isn't locked. The door is not functional in the first place. But keep going.
Must be another way in.
Exactly. The climbing. And the door size. I don't know if the door size here is specifically because the creature that lives here is small, but it's really awkward. Since when did the trailer narration swap from This Is the World to first person narration? I don't even know. That means I gotta stand in the storm for maximum reference. Can't tell if you're shitting on them due to their team size or other stuff. CC also had to make concessions, like lack of tour to begin with, because of weather not working with it. I'm making fun of them because they have gone to Kickstarter to ask for money. They are asking for money, and I, as a potential investor, have every right to criticize them for the game that they're trying to sell me. This is not a vertical slice. I don't believe you should go to Kickstarter without a vertical slice. This is very rough. I just want to, like, maybe I can reword that. When you go to Kickstarter, you are asking people to invest money in your game. You should be showing off your game the same way that you would be showing it off if you were going to, if you were having a Steam page, or if you were going to a publisher, right? And if you're telling, I get that you're telling players pre-alpha, but pre-alpha can mean vertical slice. This doesn't tell me, like, is this pre-production? Is this, you know, at what phase of this? Is this, you know, on your way to vertical slice? Like, where is this? Most publishers will not recognize bought stuff, yeah, and most players won't. I think publishers will recognize it maybe a little bit more than players, but yeah, I mean, players will look at this. They'll look at this and they'll say, holy shit, look at the weather. When in reality, adding like the debris to the wind is 1 boolean. It's literally 1 boolean. I can go do it right now. Stop it. Click. Debris. Wind debris. Okay. We're going to go over to sky. I'm sorry, we're going to go over to weather. We're going to change it to thunderstorm. You can see the debris in the air. Now, the debris is gone. Wow. What complex development. And I'm not shitting on ultra dynamic sky or weather at all. I mean, it really, this is one of the greatest assets you can get for Unreal, and it's also one of the cheapest. It's $40. But players will see this and they won't know that. They'll think the developers are really good at working with tech and creating things like this. Like, okay, if they can make water simulation look this good and weather simulation look this good, then all of their other art tech should also look pretty damn good too. If they use the weather simulate system in production and after release, does that still make it less valuable? No, in my opinion. I just think that it's sending the wrong signal to players, because players don't know what they purchased and what they made themselves. And if they don't know the separation, then they don't understand what the developers are truly capable of, and you end up with a situation like the day before, where people think that the developers are really competent and know what they're making, when in reality they just bought a bunch of assets and stuck them together and made a trailer that looked too similarly like the Call of Duty trailer or something. It's not that it's a bad thing that they use it, it's just that players will not see this in the same way the developer will as a potential red flag.
The town of Melhelm.
Not a case if they should or shouldn't use it. Use the plugins as much as possible. That's what they are there for. Just don't use it as a selling point. Yeah, as if it's your custom work. It just sends the wrong. It just sends the wrong signal to the players. Seen a lot of game not add the wetness to the meshes. Yeah. Wetness is easy to do though. It just takes. It's just time consuming because you have to add it to all the materials. And if there's no master material, then you kind of get screwed with it. Use a bunch of plugins to make a kit bash game. You're not allowed to sell, just design the graphics as a selling point. It's a red flag for me. It's a red flag because most plugins that you use are not built for your specific uses. So unless they are extremely modular, you will have an issue with scaling it and adapting it to your specific needs. And that's difficult even for experienced developers to do because they don't understand the code base that they're working in with some of these plugins, and they may break something that they didn't know was going to break when they modified something. So kit bashing a whole bunch of plugins and assets together, it can work to make a trailer, and that's how some of these mock-up trailers are made, like the day before. But when you actually need to put them in the right places and make them communicate with each other perfectly, that's where it tends to break down. And that's what players won't see if you just make a trailer that has a bunch of mocked up shit like this. Like exactly this. Mating with Cinti. Yeah, but meshes are different, right? Because meshes either just... They're not the same as plugins where you have actual code behind them. And Cinti assets are really simple meshes, so you can do stuff like break them. You can have destruction with them, and it'll look fine because when you break them, it's the same material, right? They're really simple materials to work with.
Excellent. We have the information we need. Now let's be on our...
But I mean, you have a case of some first-person camera work that they seem to be using, I think, third-person animations with the first-person camera, which you tend to get really jerky movement with.
But there will be some obstacles in the way. It is up to us how we wish to achieve.
And this combat is...
Combat.
This raised $700,000.
Stealth.
They also they're not even blocking ambient volume when they go underneath the map. Listen to it. You can still hear the ambient volume from outside. Like that's even something that I've solved. You can hear it, you can hear it here. Right? It's like they didn't really put much thought into actually making a product that feels polished when you're selling it to players. And you need to sell a polished product to players because players won't really, I should put that in Kickstarter. People have told me that, but I'm not going to Kickstarter until I have a vertical slice. I'm not going to have a Steam page until I have a vertical slice. I'm not doing any marketing until I go to until I have a vertical slice. And I mean a proper one. We're not working towards vertical slice right now, we're working towards first playable. And then we delete this entire project in this map, and we remake a new map, the proper map, with the proper code architecture from scratch when going to vertical slice. We're doing it right. And it's going to be a lot of work, it's going to be a lot of, redoing stuff that I've already done before. But we know the unknowns now. We know which tools that we want to use, and we know how to use them. Well, we will once I document how to use them. The altar of Kek will stay, though. I will recreate an altar of Kek in the final map. I promise. You're saying tells me that showing prototypes at all is just bad because people have the wrong impression of features. Yes. Okay, yes. Mostly yes. And it's the exact reason why developers don't show prototypes is because there are so many little asterisks, like addendums that you have to add when you're talking about it. And it's dangerous at that point because it's like, okay, people come into my stream, they're like, oh my god, your level looks so great. And I'm like, okay, well, every single asset you see, I didn't make. The only ones I made were ones like this. Okay, I made this. And it's okay. That's okay for publishers because I tell them, yeah, I'm not an artist. I'm just a designer. You know, I can't make any of this shit. Same quality, exactly. So it's okay for publishers, but players don't understand when they see this. And if I took screenshots of this and I put it on Steam, players will think, oh, he made this. So the rest of the game will look like this, and he'll have no problem doing it if we give him money. And it's just not true at all. This is reminiscent of the style that we want to recreate, but we will need to replace most of these assets with our own ones when we go to vertical slice. What is Keck? Keck is just like it's a meme. If you look up Keck W on Google, you'll see it's the laughing guy. Oh, the original Keck? I don't know. I mean, either way, going to a publisher with a proto also bad? Sometimes. There's different things when you go to a publisher. It's like they want to know, is your game good? Can you make the game? And how many people are going to buy this game, right? Those are pretty much the three things. So they want to, some publishers will say, okay, you have a track record of making games. You can show us a prototype. We trust you because you've made this game, this game, this game, and this game. But if you are a new developer or you are a new studio, they're going to be a lot less certain that if they give you the money that you can build the game. So going to a publisher with a vertical slice is 100% your best bet. Unfortunately, what most publishers look at is even less than this. And we had confirmation of that on our last publisher meetings. So they said, this is more than we've seen from most developers. And it's like, okay, that's great. I still want to show you more than that because I'm asking for quite a lot of money, about 3 to 4 million probably is what this game is going to cost US dollars by the end of production. I want to make sure that we can do this because I don't want to just scam publishers out of money. You can go to a publisher with a prototype, but you're going to have to come to them with a pretty damn good business plan and a milestone plan in that case. On the other hand, if you show a prototype in the way a prototype would look, if you made it without purchasing anything, they wouldn't want to see it. That's true. That's true. Yeah, because we have purposefully made this artistic, both as a way for me to prove style, because I can't afford a concept artist, and because I think that it looks better on stream and for playtesting. But realistically, this should all just be white boxed. Why don't you self-publish? Because I literally need like over 3 million US dollars to produce this game. And that's initial estimations before vertical slice. I assume with vertical slice that will be increasing. Because I know, for instance, that we need more, what the fuck is this? Why is it dark here? That we'll need more narrative designers and writers. I underestimated how many we would probably need for that. Ew. Why is it wet? I gotta fix that. I'm interested to see your journey. Yeah, I don't think we'll have a problem getting to first playable. But if we don't receive funding, we won't be able to get past that. And, you know, that's just the way it is. That is just the reality sometimes, right? But I think we're doing pretty well so far. think if I readjust the domain, should get rid of that. Wouldn't it also be happening here? No, it's not happening here. Why not just borrow the 3 mil? I could do some of that. I could take a business loan. We should diversify funding, so business loan, any grants that we can apply to, investment, although I'm trying not to change the business type at the moment, and I don't want to. If we can achieve it without doing that, it'll be better for us. Guys, see the Inside and Realbot collision yesterday? I did not. How much bank that we give you? Look, 3 mil is the total cost. It doesn't mean that we need to get that up front. Why not just inherit? That's a good idea. I didn't think about that. Alright, there we go. It's fixed. Stop hitching. I can show you the initial budget, but we haven't modified this since a few months. It's very rough, and I don't know. It really just needs working on. But we will do a full revision of this. We'll do a full revision of this before next time we speak to publishers. How long have I been making this game? 114 days. Right now it's totally nearly 3 million. I think it'll go up to about 3 to 3.5. Because we will definitely need a couple more writers. And this doesn't include, these doesn't include outsourcing. So we will have to do some outsourcing throughout development. Doesn't include mascot fee. No, it's a good start, but we just need to, we'll need to reconfigure it. And then make a milestone plan too. But it was too early for me to make a milestone plan. But I don't even have all the features in the game. What other people do you need? Everyone. We need about 15 people full-time for this at least. Although that's what I'll try to aim for, is 15 people full-time. What was I working on? Oh, we were finishing up watching the rest of this. Okay.
Magic.
One more minute of this pain.
Or using our wits and knowledge.
If you keep pausing the vid. Damn it, you guys know me so well.
Of course. Sometimes that might not be enough.
Like, there are actually aspects of this that I think are higher quality than the others. It's just, to me, this, I don't know why I would go to Kickstarter. They say they need 500,000 what? They mentioned it here. They mentioned, where did they mention it? Early access. Blah, blah, blah. With your pledges, our aim is to fund full-time development for 1 year in order to produce an early access build. We would release this early access build to the appropriate backers and take feedback as we continue to release updates. We also aim to take this early access build to publishers to seek funding. The problem that I see is the amount of money they would need to make this even halfway decent with their goal of this much. And this, we only talked about size. We didn't talk about this scope, which I find it really fucking funny. And if anybody's a game dev in chat, it's so funny to hear scope is one of their pillars. Like, if that doesn't scare you, Likewise, the world building runs deep with thousands of years worth of history, item descriptions, dialogue, lore books, ancient runestones. They talk about every choices, truly meaningful choices with the potential for lasting effects on the world and your experience of it, from your race, equipment, or skills to narrative and gameplay tactics. Everything is a choice. Hey DC, a lot of projects in Kickstarter make me chuckle. I was originally going to go Kickstarter but decided not to. 4 years later, I'm nearly ready for release. You and me both. This is just so fucking funny to me. It's actually sad because I know that people have lost their money now, and it's not like I don't want this game. I don't want a game like this to not succeed. I just don't see how a game like this can succeed when the scope is even beyond what MMOs do, and most MMOs fail because they need to compete with some of the best MMOs in the genre that have already been existing for decades, and the amount of money that it takes to do that on a reasonable level is just absurd. It's like over 100 million in some cases. I think New World... Did they even mention how much? 200 plus million or more? $500 million a year produced? It's just wild. There's no way that Wayward Realms can be made. There's no way. Like, no publisher even... Not only does it... There's no publisher with that much money, but no publisher is willing to give that much money for a game that is, as far as I know, single player. Which means that you are catering to a very specific niche of fans of fantasy, RPG, open worlds. And it's a big niche, don't get me wrong, this is a big market. But is it enough market to recuperate that much money? And make money? And how much time is it going to take to make it? And that's assuming that it can be made. No. No. The market is huge. It is huge. But I don't think it's that big. I don't think somebody's going to want to play 500,000 square kilometers of procedurally generated mush. Especially after all the procedurally generated games have just failed to deliver on a promise of truly unique procedurally generated content. I just don't think it. But even Skyrim's budget was much smaller than this. Starfield's budget was much smaller than this. $200 million. And that's wild. Starfield made it well? I don't know. To make Wayward Realms in the way that it needs to be made, without any of this handmade content, is well within... It's well over the budget of Cyberpunk. I would say it's over the budget of Starfield, over the budget of New World, over the budget of Red Dead Redemption 2. I think I mentioned that, but either way, it's over the budget of all these games. They have great marketing, a very dedicated, established fan base. It's because they told people that... I mean, if you're mentioning Wayward Realms, it's because they said that they're Daggerfall devs. So people with attachment to Daggerfall are going to be backing this game, not really knowing that they probably won't play it and won't want to play it. What was I doing? Oh, we're working on this. Hold on. I got really distracted there. Typical for this channel. Yeah, see, it's just this it's just bad. Because the simulation domain has to be large. Ignore that, by the way. Hold on, I just need to see what this looks like. My God, it's annoying. Stop it. Daggerfall was cool, but it wasn't that cool. No, it wasn't. It was cool for its time because when people say, oh my God, what's the largest game world ever made? And it's like, oh, Daggerfall is one of them. And it was made this many years ago. It's like, okay. But was it interesting to explore Daggerfall's world? Like, to an actual large degree was it interesting? And the answer is no. No, not really. Don't trust the devs after the fiasco of the Left 4 Dead clone. Oh, Back 4 Blood. Yeah, Back 4 Blood was kind of shit. I remember what we did last time. We threw a separate... Yeah, it's gonna have problems. We threw a separate source actor in here. We should do that here too. It's the only way we can make this look even halfway decent. And it's still gonna have a lot of... I don't mind. It's a prototype. I don't mind if the water looks a little silly in some of the ponds and rivers. It doesn't matter. Functionality is more important here. And I can just tell players like, yeah, this is clearly a limitation of the water that we were doing. We're gonna find a different solution for vertical slice. Sorry I'm ranting about these other games. I know people would kind of shit on me for it, but I don't know. Well, taking a project like that, you need to have a few projects released to show it's capable to be made by said studio. 100%. You could go to Kickstarter and claim to make GTA 7. I could say I can make it, but I don't mean I can. They're working with water. It took me nearly 6 months to finally settle on something I like. Yeah, I thought this would work better than it does. I'm not upset that I got it, but it's just not meant for this use, in my opinion. It doesn't look terrible, but it also just does not look as good as I need it to look. At least it isn't overflowing here. It almost is, though. Alright, let's fix up some of these issues. Certain buddy discovered a waterfall you could swim up like a salmon. In Minecraft? So all of them? Oh, and one's human? I should give that a try sometime. Once human, now salmon. I love it. Okay, I'll finish painting this later. Right now I just need this simulation to work. A lot of small problems, but overall the game has been great. That's pretty good. I'm glad to hear that. It didn't look that impressive when I first saw the trailers. Like, oh, just another open world multiplayer survival game. Never seen one of those before. Shows its uglier side as you level up too much. It relies too much on people being there. What do you mean by that? How levels ghost town and events that require... Oh, yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, see, I don't really care about these issues. I can adjust the wet map as well, but I don't really care if there's some weird issues on the water edge like this. I really don't strongly believe that most players are going to care too deeply. Defiance. I remember Defiance. Defiance was pretty cool. Will that merge well? I don't know. Might need to be a bit closer to the surface. When I added the Tesla Cybertruck to the game, once launch was broken, they had to disable it. Classic. Oops. My ball is causing some problems with the height map. Move that. Okay, I think we can solve this by putting down another source here. Putting it near to the surface. Okay, actually that looks pretty good. This one's gonna look really awkward, but I think we can generate it. Let me save it, because this is gonna be a trial, that's for sure. What is not realistic enough for this stylized game, right? Okay, delete that. Save. Delete these. I'm gonna try exporting this as it is to see what it looks like after we get this simulated. Now it's gonna push off a lot of water down into here. That shouldn't be a problem. But we will see. I have an alternative way around this if it is. Otherwise, we'll have to merge it a little bit differently in a way that doesn't look as good, but it will look fine. We can cover it up with particle effects. Rocks and particle effects. That's how to fix every graphical issue in the game. Rocks need more. Yeah, it's like, oh, there's something weird happening in this corner. Ah, cover it with a rock. Oh yeah, that's an issue. Fuck. It's trying to dive down into there. It's being a bitch. I think I can fix that by getting rid of the edge on this. It's not 0, it's 100. I forget how we fixed that the other day. It's annoying. I don't know why the viewport's flickering. Fuck. It does this to me. Your message failed to send. That's kind of weird. What are you trying to... What are you trying to say? I don't think it would be one of our blocked terms. I blocked a few terms to stop bots, but that's it. I forget it's just in the game, that's fix it. Oh, I don't know. Just stop failing to send the message yet, right? How did we fix this the other day? How did we get the water coming in? We do this. I mean, this absolutely looks like ass. I don't know if we can fix this up with particle effects. We're gonna have to have an entire row of particle effects to fix that. I think that's a lost cause is what that is. Artistic choice, yeah. It's low poly. Okay, we'll stop the simulation there. That's okay. This needs to be fixed. I'm just testing this so far. This is the static mesh. Ooh, careful. That looks fine. And this should be fine. Yeah. It's not the greatest looking, but it should be serviceable. Much like myself. We shall see. Oh, that actually generates at a much higher resolution. It's not perfect, but it is better. Actually really great. I was not anticipating that. Yeah, and that's what I thought might occur. Because of the domain overlap. Okay, that was expected. Although I would hope that it didn't happen, but it did happen. Looks fine. At the very least, I'm not upset. Now the issue because of the overlapping domain, my opinions kill me Unreal. Yeah, that is an issue. The issue with this overlapping cannot really be solved in the way that we want to solve it. So instead of having it blend seamlessly like we had before into here, I'm just going to have it disappear. I'm going to have the water kind of go down into the bottom here and then just poof. And that should be fine. It's going to look kind of poo-poo, but it will not fuck up the coastline at least. So, you know, it is what it is. It will work, just annoyingly. Why don't I see that appearing? Like it matters. Jesus Christ. So fucking annoying. Okay, so the water, when it gets close to that, it should just disappear down into the ground. I hope. Ideally, that's exactly what we want to happen. And then we just need to adjust where that actually starts to occur. And that way it won't fuck up the coastline simulation. And then we can just hide it with some particles. Okay, it happens a little bit too late. Need to move it a bit after that. I hate that whenever I try to write public, I end up with pubic. Just keep it. Make it a not safe for work. Alternative C. Compiler's not happy. The compiler's a bit too prudish. God, I'm gonna get epilepsy from this flickering viewport. I'm just so done with all the water. Big meeting room. I am glad that when we export this, we get better resolution on this. We should be able to then use some painting brushes to fix any coloration issues on those. The only ones we can't do that with are the static meshes. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's a really good location for that. So I'm gonna let the water build up just a little bit more. Kind of a shitty river. Okay, stop simulation. Can we delete these safely? Yes. Well, I've definitely learned where we're not going to use fluid flux in the future. I can tell you guys that much. I'm designing, not even his mother, but I'm still so proud. Why is the viewport I really don't know. Only doing what I'm simulating for some reason. Be designing. You call this design? I wouldn't. That is just gonna fuck all that up, isn't it? Okay. I'm about to resign. There's a different usage of the word resign, and I'm getting pretty damn close to that as well. I'm not gonna lie. Could I... Can I export this? EXR HDR float texture. How do I... Can Photoshop modify EXR files? Because I'm wondering if I can get around this by telling the simulation height, the river simulation height, to just ignore the lake area. And I don't know if we can. I don't know what I'm looking at this point. I can't see where anything is on this height map. This one, at least, it makes sense. You can see the, you know, this is our lake here in the center. This one is hard, really hard to see where that might be. And ideally, I'd want to scratch out some of the areas in order to tell it to kind of ignore those locations. I guess I could blend this over and I would know where it goes into. It's still hard to see though. I think the only other way I could think to accomplish this would be to put a wave actor near the surface of, that's the only thing I can think that it might blend it. Is if we make a large enough wave actor that can just fill up this entire space. Oh wait, it's not set to affect world. Well, I don't see it generating the waves. Kind of weird. God. Performance is terrible. My CPU cannot handle this. Isn't this working? They're just too big, do you think? I mean, I guess I could just make a source actor that was... I could just use this one, couldn't I? It needs to be large. It needs to fill up this area. God. If my game doesn't break from this, I will be very surprised. Turn of water. This is gonna be, fuck it, everything's underwater now. That's like the only way that I can think, if that doesn't, as long as it doesn't screw anything up underground. Something just tells me this is stupid, but we gotta try it. Yeah, it's gonna start janking around, just a warning. I have a lot of fun simulating this one. Oh, and of course it's just gonna go underneath. I love when a tutorial goes like you can't see shit because of 2 reasons. What tutorial is saying that? I can't rotate the source actors, right? Oh, no, I can. No, I can't. Yes, I can. is going to work very not well. Please just don't disappear right away. Please just like blend in a little bit for me. There, no, it doesn't flicker. No, stop flickering. Computer's running low on fuck off storage. I don't care. Make up storage. Just pretend there is enough storage. Right, computer, don't let your dreams be memes. We can do it. Donald Trump can survive an assassination attempt. I think I can make some water. Some fake water. I think I'm on my 4th SST just purely for Unreal. Quite a mental leap. That's what we're good at. You can't be a hypocrite if you don't know how to make mental leaps. They can add esports to the Olympics, then I think mental gymnastics can be added too. Fuck off with that shit. Just so you know, chess is not an Olympic sport. But esports is. And I'm sorry, but chess should be an Olympic sport. I honestly think that. I know the Olympics is meant for like physical things, but I would say that chess has earned its right in the world to be a sport that nations compete on. Call me crazy. Speed chess. Plex. It's gonna look a little bit weird when we do this. Okay, but I think we can do this if we modify it properly, or it's going to look fucked up and not going to have the coastline, which is probably what it's going to do. I hate to say it, but that's the most likely scenario, in which case I have an alternative solution. Gotta be a way to get this to work. And if you're wondering, oh, is he just changing values to see if it works? Yeah. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I'm doing. VR gladiator fights. You know, I would watch it like Olympic. I like hockey. I'd watch Olympic hockey, but they don't allow fighting. But can you imagine if they did? Because like the North American hockey leagues allow for fist fighting, and it's great. Like it is modern gladiator arenas, but they don't allow it in the Olympics, and I think that's a very missed opportunity. Put on ice? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's called the rule. But no, they fully allow fistfights. There are specific rules for it though, and players do get punished for engaging in fights. But it's like allowed but not allowed. So yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I can merge this in, but it's going to fuck up the coastline, is what it is. And it's because of what we found out yesterday, which is where the domain has to be... The domain has to be small enough. So... Here's what we'll do. Domain is going to be smaller. We will not commit domain expansion. We will commit domain unspansion. There's a word for that. Somebody knows it. English art. Domain. What the fuck is the opposite of expansion? Like, I know I could find other words like shrink or, you know, penis ensmallment, but what is the opposite of expansion? I should know this word too. Oh, reduction. Duh. Domain reduction. For some reason I was thinking that spansion would be the suffix here. But that wouldn't make sense, yeah, because it would be expand. So expansion, reduction, reduct, expand, or reduce and expand. That makes more sense. GUI. What is this? Flux modifier source. We will not need this anymore. Our big ass domain is now going to be a small ass domain. And it's only going to cover, I'll draw it on screen for you guys. Instead of it covering like over here, we're going to static mesh this over here. We're gonna X out this river. It's like, fuck it. And instead we will do this. Pretty much like right here, actually. This size will be our new attempted domain size. Now it's still gonna have to be pretty damn big on one of the axes. So we're gonna lose a little bit of resolution there, but because these two here are lakes, it shouldn't matter too much. And we know that generating this river didn't seem to be as bad for resolution as we thought. Because that way we won't affect this domain, this coastline domain, which I can blend the two if they're next to each other. But if they overlap each other, it just causes too many problems. And we found that out yesterday. Why not make all the lakes static? Because we still run the issue of we can't have... They need to be part of the surface actor. And they can't be part of the surface actor if they are static meshes. But they can be baked data assets. So this is the most important. This is crucial, number 1. Having any small pond is crucial, number 2. So we're going to bake this one. We're going to bake this one over here on the right. This one will be fine because we can include it as part of... It could be baked, but we'll include it as part of this domain. River and lake are crucially important. Everything else could be baked. And we were able to do it yesterday to blend these, but they had to be next to each other and not overlapping. Or they could overlap a little bit. It was a whole thing. I don't want to get into it. Fluid flux is not meant for rivers and lakes. I'm just going to say that out loud. Or at least lakes if you want coastline. Like this. Because I could just make this into a domain where it's just static water and apply like a wave actor probably. But you wouldn't get any of the coastline effects. It would look like No Man's Sky water. And that doesn't look good, in my opinion. Yeah, delete those. Delete these. Not even with a 5.0, no. No Man's Sky water does not look very good, if you ask me. I can show you. I mean, it looks better. It looks fine. It's serviceable. Like, it looks good when you're flying over it, right? It's very fine. And when you're underwater, it looks pretty damn decent too. The issue is like here. There's no coastline effect to speak of. It just clips with the environment. And it's really, really bad once you see the waves. Like, look at that. There's no interaction with the world at all. I'm not saying it's like, it's not, you shouldn't ignore the game because of this. I'm just saying, I think people are making, I think people are making the water out to be way better than it actually is. Maybe it's jello water, maybe it is. Maybe the ground just absorbs the water too fast. I will say though, when you're like flying over it, they did a really good job with the particle effects on this. This looks really nice, if you ask me. There's a better shot of it. I don't remember where it is. It's somewhere around here. I can't find it. Might have been on the official trailer. Have you seen a game called Breakwaters? No. Kind of a normal guy without Sean's face. Oh, can't show No Man's Sky without Sean's face? Yeah. Sean, I don't know. I like the... I have mixed feelings that people say No Man's Sky is a... You know, an underdog story. A redemption arc. Because if they remember the things that Sean claimed... They remember the things that Sean claimed the game could do on release. I think they would remember just how, like, actual, real, false advertising it was. And I hope he's learned his lesson, but it's still kind of unforgivable. Okay, this needs to be smaller. We can't rotate it, though. Oh, that is a problem. That is actually a big problem. I forgot we can't rotate domains. Rotate the world. There's actually some truth to that, fixing things. In that case, there is some truth, although I don't want to do that. Pretty sure my PC would blow up trying to rotate everything. Plus, certain things wouldn't rotate properly. What it will mean is everything but the river will have to be static meshed. Fuck. Which was essentially our worst case scenario yesterday, which was like, okay, worst case, we'll try some things tomorrow and just static mesh everything but the river with pond. And I think that's what we'll have to do. God, what a shame. What a fucking shame. Which means we'll have to make sure that the player can't swim in these. I feel like you're getting near the point of burning everything just to have fluid flux work. Yes. Yes. Like, I needed to replace this anyway, and you know what? Maybe there's an alternative or some... I can still make ponds. I can make ponds, but this river up here won't work. This river will work. This river will be fine. Not gonna be an issue. And in fact, I could either do this river or I could do this river. But the biggest issue that we have with this one is that it's over here. And we'd have to fuck up the cave in order to get this with the waterfall to work. Yeah, I don't know. I've learned a lot about fluid flux in the last week. Very little of it actually making me feel better about myself and about water in general. Checking Fluid Ninja Rivers. I probably should do that. I think we'll do that when we go to vertical. Because I think with vertical, I'll be like, no, I tried fluid flux. Pass. And maybe there's a way to, you know, fake blend Fluid Ninja Rivers with the coastline. Because I like the coastline here. And maybe there's a way that we can just, you know, blend it with some particles or some rocks. Clearings aren't going to be that harsh on the game, right? What am I doing? I need to shrink the domain. Domain ensmallment. Where's my size? 512, 512. Let's try that. That's going to be too small. I need to have it merge with the lake. Well, no. We tried that yesterday. I forgot. We tried that. Wasn't nice. It's like it's right at the edge, though. I have to. Okay, crash the engine of my drivers again. That's fine. We like that. We're okay with that. So fucking annoying. Why are you the way that you are? Who gave you the right? We'll have to establish like a no-go zone. You know, if we need to regenerate the coastline data, we're okay with that. You know, that's easy to regenerate. It's all the other shit that's annoying to regenerate. Because this isn't a simulation, this coastline. It's reading height map data, it's generating the coast, and it's done. That's really easy for it to do. But for the river, we need to simulate it and then bake the simulation data. And I'd really prefer if we only had to do that once. And we can repaint this, we can add some shit to the bottom of here. Maybe I should make it a bit deeper now instead of later. I'm okay with this rundown. I'm okay with this. Maybe I'll just quickly adjust this before we bake it in. It's a little bit better of a pond. Because I want the player to be able to fish in here, right? And do a little bit of swimming. I'm just so done. I'm so done with water. The good thing after this is like we can just start placing cool shit down in the water, you know, and instantly just make it better. I might have to regenerate the coastline anyway once we place shit in there, but I think that'll be a much easier job. And we'll already have the build data from the river to blend it into, so as long as we just designate this corner as a don't touch landscape zone, we should be okay. Everything else we can modify. Where's this bullshit domain? Come here. I'm done with you. Everything you stand for. I hate your mother. I hate your grandma. Oh, that's right. We can adjust it actually with... we type it in, it doesn't run the construction script as much, which means it's not going to crash the engine. That's actually pretty damn close. Hateful Raptor, that's right. Bring back the bullying. Especially with fluid flux. Like a disabled kid? No, who would? Don't make fun of disabled kids. You know what? If you're gay, what you love other dudes? Great, other dudes are pretty hot sometimes. I'm not gonna bully you for that. But if you're fluid flux, I ain't holding back. I will say whatever, whenever. Okay, it's got to come down just a little bit. Yeah, I thought you were being serious, but then I remembered who I'm watching. Well, I am serious. Like, don't bully disabled kids and people for being gay. There's plenty of other reasons to bully kids. You know, it should be about things that they have control over, not things that they don't have control over. Like, you bully kids for the choices they make, and being gay or being disabled is not a choice. Maybe that's a hot take for today. I think I can look great with a bit of sweat and a can of WD-40 in his hand. That's 100% true. That is so true. A little bit more. So close. 39, 800, 39, 900, 40,000. That should be pretty good. 40,000, and then we need to go up a little bit more. Yeah, that's pretty good. Speaking of sexual moans, did you guys see the YouTube thumbnail from yesterday? The auto-generated thumbnail? That's the thumbnail. It's perfect, right? I think that'll get some clicks. YouTube giving me free clickbait. Okay, that's tall enough. Looks good. Alright, I'm happy with that domain. We really need to regenerate coastline. I'll regenerate coastline after we get the river set up. Because if we know that this is the only thing that we need to simulate, and then everything else can just go bye-bye. This is okay. That one... We might be able to keep them there. They won't show up or anything, but they might show up if we put another domain down. We'll start with this. The good thing is, with it being smaller, domain 2 will have better resolution on this. Let me increase the velocity. Okay. That works. What does GPT have to output in fucking WebP? Yes, the optimized image file extension that is also really fucking annoying to work with. Why is it? Why are you being a bitch about this? That's annoying. Let me try to fix that. Unity is the best programming language because it's so versatile. You can even use it outside of programming. It's fantastic in a garage or workshop environment, hobbies and other interests. I've had a few people tell me that I swear too much on stream. I'm like, I'm a game dev. I'm not gonna stop. Wait, what do you want me to do? Not be mad at Fluid Flux? Not think that the documentation is dog shit? I want you to swear less. That's why they asked. I'm not gonna stop swearing. I'm not gonna stop swearing as much as I do. You need to manage your expectations when you come on this stream. The only way I can think of getting rid of that is to like just pull it back this much. You just use profanity because you can't think of any better words. Shut the fuck up. Sometimes the best way to express my emotions is profanity. Okay, look, I can agree to an extent that when you just are casually using it in chat, in like normal talk, right? I can agree that maybe there are better words to use, okay? 100% agree. But when I'm trying to express my emotions and my feelings towards something, sometimes profanity is the best way to do it. What if you swear in cushioned words? What do you mean? I mean, I like the whirlpool it makes, but it creates this edge here that is kind of easy to notice. The only way I can think to get rid of it is to yeah. But we can fix this. That's not an issue. But I would like for this edge to not be so noticeable. Like creative insults, like calling something a three-legged cow or a leprosy-ridden piece of feces. Yeah, okay, I agree. That requires a bit of creativity. I agree. But sometimes calling people's moms whores, there's just nothing else like it. Sometimes simple is better. Sometimes your mom is a whore, chat. Rude. Hey, are you saying that being a sex worker is wrong? Is that what you're saying? I'm complimenting your mom for having the audacity to start an OnlyFans account. That takes balls. That takes lady balls. I'm saying that gaslighting is wrong. That's true. It's a lot of... It's 2024. This is the year of gaslight. Fuck, I hate how this looks. Now I need to... This is okay, but I need to just let this pool fill up, I think. Don't spill over the edges. I know it's a flat world, but don't do it. I don't want it to mellow out. I don't really want the Well, it's a flex surface. I can get rid of those aspects to it. Well, actually, that one kind of makes sense that it's there. We'll give it a few more seconds. I kind of like the way the whirlpools look, which is why I wanted to have them here. They look really nice here. Yeah, no, I do like them. Yeah, once it's calmed out a bit more, it looks nice. However, it is seeping water over the edge here. We don't really want that. Pushing the lake source a bit lower so I can go above it. But I'm wondering if doing that will just lower the... It's gonna lower the level a little... Well, I probably should lower the level a little bit. Honestly, that would solve my problem. But I don't think it'll go over it because the source is lower. We'll see. We'll see. It's not looking bad right now. It's just a bit chaotic with how much water it creates. Flood Chronicles again. We did have Flood Chronicles, didn't we? It'll mellow out now that it's filled up. Make sure that the source controls it. Sometimes controls it. It does in this extent because this is an adjuster modifier. So it also kind of sucks in water that's above it, which is useful to an extent, but yeah, it does pretty much set max height. What, did you expect fluid flux to make sense and be easy to work with? After this week of exploration? Okay, we need to put a source actor here that will pull the water down to about this level. I don't think it'll go over that, but we'll see. Convenient hole in my blanket so I can move my mouse around and stay comfy. I think I'd use a hole in my blanket for something else, but you know, you do you. No. Hold on, I need to set this to be an adjuster modifier. Oh, it is. Fill, adjust, duration, -1. Yeah. Okay, we can make that blend well. Perfect. Come on, water. Make me wet. Yeah, okay. That's perfect. Glug glug. It shouldn't overfill. It should not overfill. Yeah. Okay, stop simulation there. That looks pretty damn good if you ask me. See, I would love if you could just if there was a way to combine these, if I could just simulate each one the way I want and combine all of these together, but it's like there's no way to have an array of baked simulations. It's really stupid. I mean, and maybe there is, but the documentation doesn't ever say any of that. There's no example of that being done. At most, there is a coastline simulation mixed with a river simulation. That's it. I will concede that maybe you can do it, but it certainly doesn't seem like you can. I mean, the good thing is we have other uses for fluid flux. You know, I have colleagues that, you know, the games that they're making and will publish under Microraptor, they have uses for it, so could be worse. Okay, affect world. We can adjust the color of it later. What's important is whether or not it blended well. And we can fix that a little bit. Was it 15 and 15 or was it negative 15? There we go. It was negative. Somewhat. Time to mess with numbers until this looks good. Looks like it made the gap even worse. X positive. No, we don't want to mess with that one. It's starting to, but it's because of that. I'm so done. Shouldn't have that much trouble blending. It was really, really close to being the same height. Annoying. Maybe I'll redo that part of it with like a wave modifier. Maybe that'll be smarter. If I can't get these to blend properly, then I'll just do that. I figured I could use a modifier, but we do know the wave actor worked yesterday. And I'm tempted to just do what I know works. Yeah, I don't know why that gap is there. We'll do wave actor. Why is the water still there? Do wave actor. Where is my water? There it is. We need a little bit below. Velocity scale. Wave calming. Yeah, that's too high. That is not wave calming. What is it doing? Oh my god, this scared me. Holy shit. Oh, farts. What the hell? Attaching to the wrong. Like, it's being wonky. What the hell? It's like it's not doing the waves. Is this some of the settings I set on it? Oh, now they're... Okay, that's weird. Wait, what? Hold on. Very odd. Filling up is just way too much water, though. How low is the domain to the ground? Deep. Way too deep. Very, very deep. That's pretty good. That might be okay. As long as it doesn't overfill. Or do that. Fuck my... 'Can't even tell if the waves are there. Why is it doing that? Why? Who harmed you? Who did this? $3,000. Thank you for running out music. Love it. Fixed. Is that deep enough? It's pushing it. Pushing it. We might be able to swing it. edge. We'll try that. Or we just move a source over here to see if it blends better. Come on. Where are you gonna fall out? It's actually acceptable. If it blends well, it's acceptable. Don't cuck me, game. Don't cuck me. Too many people have done that already. It's gonna be really hard to blend. Sometimes I wonder if yesterday we just kind of got lucky with blending it. Whatever we did yesterday, it looked really nice. I'm doing the same thing though today. Unless... yeah, but now the water's gone. Maybe because the edge is still there. No, because it's not affecting the world. Now it looks even worse. Always these stupid fucking edges. God. Edging is supposed to be fun. Why is edging not fun in this? Okay. Just suck my... I kind of like to make it worse too, so I know which direction I need to move this in. But I can't really make it worse. That's weird. Captures the opposite relative to top plane of area. Why can I not change that?
Curse you, Bale!
Love it. That pushes it down more. I mean, that doesn't... it certainly doesn't fix this issue. Of all the issues... It's like it's not even blending. Bro, yesterday it was blending so well. I think I know why. I was using the wrong values. I was using the wrong values. No. It'd be fucking funny if I was doing that this whole time. What is it doing just stopping there? Ooh, we're getting close. We are getting close. This edge is being a dick. And as much as I love dick, today's not the day. I get rid of this. Not it. It's not the one I need to adjust. Don't know which way to go. Not that direction. Or at least not that much. Not that direction. X, Y, negative. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Is that right? Also a line of wetness here. That's obnoxious. There's no way that that's the number I need to modify. Not the right one. No. No. It's messing that up. It's fixing that corner. If I take the number down too low, the corner comes back. I need to find out where that limit is. 0.01, let's see. The wetness of the corner is still there a little bit. River is mostly okay. If I increase the value, does the wetness go away? Yes. But then the river's like really low, it kind of looks like. Maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe that's okay. Maybe this is fine the way it is. I don't see any issues. Yeah, the icicles are okay. I think we're fine. I think we finally have that merged in. And if we do, I'm outie for today. We're gonna play some Elden Ring because, dude, I can't. Oh my god, another day of fluid flux struggles. We go see how it looks. We should be able to delete the simulation domain now. I really don't anticipate that I will. I want to see if how these brush actors work though. Flux World Brush. How do I use this? Flux Color Painter. I don't know how to do that. Scene Painter? Fluid Flux, not Fluix. That's for Minecraft, and I'll tell you what, that's a lot better than this. Painter. Lux World Painter. How do I like tell it what to be? Oh great, I have water seeping out. No, 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 no. Did a whole bunch of water spill? Oh no, I don't want to have to redo it. Where did the water come from here? Did it pop out from this edge? Okay, well, don't delete it yet then, apparently. Yeah, it ain't there right now. Oh. The littlest dribble. Really? The smallest little dribble? Yeah, but how did it end up all the way down here? Don't spill. Don't you dare dribble. No. No. I mean, it could also have been because of some of the offsets we did. There's every possibility of that. Don't increase in height. I didn't tell you to do that. You're not allowed to just increase. Okay, we need to be on top of this. This engine easy to use? Yeah, I think Unreal's pretty easy to use. There is a bit of a learning curve, especially if you're planning to use like blueprints. Like blueprints are easy to use, but if you don't know what to search with blueprints, then you won't know what you need to do, right? So blueprints are kind of just a memory exercise. But overall, I have very positive opinions about the ease of use. What are blueprints for? They're for scripting. They're a scripting language. So actually all of the, well, most of the systems in our project here are made with blueprints. I need to copy that. So for instance, our alchemy system is made entirely with blueprints. You can see different events here. Like grabbing the camera, get the location of the camera, you know, finding a look, forward vectors, line trace. So they're an alternative to code. I mean, they're still coding, but it's an alternative to traditional coding where you sit in an editor and write lines of code. They're more visual. Not easy to use if you have 13 or 14 series Intel 19 processor. Why is that? A lot of people say there's like crashes and stuff with the 13900 or the 13 series, but I have a 13900K. I haven't had any problems with crashing. Because I use that to make builds for the game. I got lucky. I thought it was affecting all of them though, so now I was like kind of worried. Like I haven't had any crashes in games or in Unreal. Like all my games have been working really well. Maybe I got sold an old generation and they said it was the 13900. I don't know. Apply more stress on it. I've played a lot. I make builds of this game. Like I max the CPU in this. Or build with too high voltage requirements, they burn out faster. I don't fucking know. I don't know. All I know is my i9 is maybe it's amazing. Been working really well. And I don't overclock it or anything, so at least, you know. Hey, Lazarla. This depends on what your BIOS settings are. In which settings of my BIOS would cause a problem? Out of curiosity. Go. Ignore that. Oh, shit, I didn't... I forgot to bake it. You don't need 2D engines. Pretty much every major game engine can handle 2D. It just is to what extent. And what tools do you have available to you. It's more of a question of what do you want to make. Built for 2D. Unity, Godot, RPG Maker has a lot of built-in tools. Yeah, Godot is built for it. Unity is more of a 3D and 2D. Unreal is primarily 3D. The processor starts shutting down cores when temperature gets high. Saw a guide video this morning. I have not noticed any of that personally. Not saying it hasn't happened, but I haven't noticed that. But I do have a pretty good cooler on it, so you know, I'm getting cores around to about 85, I think, if I'm stressing it out, which is certainly high, but it doesn't happen frequently. It takes a lot to stress out an i9. All you know is I've heard like tons of people say, oh, you know, it crashes every game. It's like I have not had any crashes in games. And I've definitely been stressing it out. That's annoying. Number of manufacturers have been stressing CPUs too much lately by default, ignoring Intel's recommendations. I don't know what motherboard. It's an EVGA. Unreal. Oh, it's saving. Oh my god. It's an EVGA motherboard, but I forget which one. I can find it. Fingerprint doesn't match. I have problems with my fingerprints, actually. Every place that tries to take my fingerprints fucks up. I don't see it here. Pretty sure it's an EVGA motherboard. I don't remember which one I have at home. I don't seem to have an email with it. I'd have to look it up. All I know is I don't overclock anything. I never have, I never will. This is what's doing, it's pushing it. It's pushing it. Which one of these is pushing it up? Is it this one? It's gotta be that one, right? No. What is doing that? Is it just the wet map, or is there actually water here? We can't have that. Oh, it's over here too. I think when people have had crashes in Fallout 4, but I never have. Never overclocked anything either in my mind. Overclock, the manufacturers release the hardware and software as it is for a reason. Yeah, I agree. I've never needed to. Imagine a CPU putting on a coat with a little sleeves for each pin. I mean, that definitely helps. God, that's annoying though. And then you have this weird... That'll get rid of the wet map, but it's like now I'm literally lowering the whole simulation. What if I just get rid of the wet map? Like what if I just poof the wet map entirely? Oh, so it's just going to apply the wet map. That's the height. Well, that is the wet map. I could be working on super cool features right now. Those Apple Maps cars, when it's past the street corner at least 4 times a day, he's staking you out, gonna murder you. You choose what to work on, not fluid flux. I refuse to believe that. It is fluid flux that determines what I work on. It's not even the blending that's an issue at this point. Zero. Do any of these help it? Because these help the blend. You know, that fixes this issue. Does not help the wet map. Is there anything I can paint on here? Can I paint out the wet map? How do these brushes work? How do you work? How do you function? Flux scene brush. Canvas, flux color painter. Okay, except I didn't see that anywhere. I typed brush and fluid flux. This is the only thing that appeared. Flux world painter. What is this? Let it function as intended. It ain't doing shit. I ain't seeing dick here. I don't want to look at dicks in my free time anyway. Sometimes they're nice to look at. So the ladies say, at least. I think the color painter works. That's so obnoxious. God. Search YouTube? There isn't. Ain't nobody know how to do this shit. Can we just force this to be... Can I really not just force this to be, all black or all red? Okay, hold on, I want to try that. Okay, so that forces wetness. Can I do the opposite? Can I have it all red? Can... Is this... Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I have 20 tutorials. They're not good. You can watch them. They're not good. Yeah. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay, let's... I take it back. We're not going to do that. I mean, we have the blending. The blending is fine. We have it working. The issue right now is just that this just looks like ass because of the wet map, and I don't know how I can get rid of the wet map on the data. Like, I have the height wet map, but it's not the way that I want it. Do I have to just regenerate it? I can adjust the capture offset and it fixes the... I think I just need to like regenerate the entire thing. Okay, I can force the... I can force this to be a different color, which is nice at least. I don't really know how I force it to be a different... Like, how I can choose which color. That's a whole separate thing, though. That's not important at the moment. Look at us. This is my free time. Yeah, that would be pretty worth it too, wouldn't it? Can I just tell it not, like, fuck wet map, just generate wet map. Wet map drawing speed. I'll just set it to 100. Maybe that'll help. So it'll just force the wet map to dry immediately. Or theoretically it should. I just don't know if that's going to translate well when we build the data. I'm worried about that. Export height max, velocity. Like, I don't see any of it here. And I can't really cover this up with anything. Unfortunately. it's a little bit better initially, but there's still spots. And I think it's just because of how low they are. I could fix it by lowering the height of this pond even more, honestly. That's the only way that I can think that would fix it, because I think that it's just an issue with these being slightly lower than the height of the pond. Which, I mean, it makes sense, but it just fucking sucks. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it, chat. At the very least, it's really nice to have all you guys here with me. Shoulders to lean upon. And cry in your warm, strong, manly embraces. Boundaries. We can get a little hot and heavy. Nothing wrong with two dudes kissing. There's success the friends made along the way. I think I've lost viewers with all this this fluid bullshit, to be honest. I think initially people were like, oh, this is really cool, you know, it looks awesome, your water is amazing. And then they realized that it's the worst thing to work with. I'd rather work with a communist than with fluid flux. Learn to touch starved furry with physical contact. My god. Iceberg. It does go away a little bit once the vortex starts. It just, yeah, it's an iceberg of solid water. It's exactly what it is. I bet some people just joined it like, dude, this level is empty. There's no trees or anything. It's okay. They're just sleeping. They're hibernating. Trees will come back. Yeah, it looks a little weird, doesn't it? Yeah, 114 and no trees, right? I'm gonna be honest though, I've seen games in worse state. And that's with teams of people working in them. Which that doesn't mean that I'm good. It means quite the opposite. Game devs are a lot like kitchens. If you knew what went on behind the scenes of kitchens in a lot of restaurants, you would rarely ever eat at certain places again. And I've worked in a couple kitchens before, and sometimes the sanitation is not that word. get it. It's actually just below the water line. The water line is below the... It's the same issue. Okay, alternative solution. There. Wet map gone. Hold on, I saw it here. We have some issues near the edge. Working games with worse state. Fuck, dude. Yeah, game dev is it's something. You worked on games that release, that's true. I will say any game that releases is a little bit of a miracle. There. See, now the wet map does not exist. What wet map issues? I don't see any. Okay, I think I solved all of them. There might... Oh, nope. Didn't solve all of them. Working on this latest project as it's a recreation of something I tried years ago. I feel proud I made it not only faster but better and more flexible. That is a good feeling. That's a really great feeling. It's just kind of a solid example of progress, right? Like, you're not just saying that you feel like you've progressed, you actually... You can prove that you've progressed. If we ever work on that coin dozer game again, I'm sure we'll have similar thing happen. What do you mean if we? We'll work on it. I hate this. I just have to make like a straight mound line. God, it's annoying. Fuck off. Look at this, the stupid line. This is a stupid line. I hate it. I'd look younger if I lost some weight. Which I would like to do. Need to eat better. I think the lights from up here kind of hit my face and give shadows too, which make me look a bit bad. But it's like, whatever. It's very possible these bugs won't even appear in the build, but I think they will. But they're just visual. Just cosmetic bugs. Not that big of a deal, to be honest. I don't see any. I mean, I know that the easy fix is just to increase the height of the land a bit. I mean, there's a little one here, but I don't think it's worth fucking around with it too much. Here too. I don't know what's causing that. Let me go see how it looks. Oops, don't do that. Let's go see. Look at this little bitch over here. Yeah. Scalability medium? Yeah, I just have it on medium settings at the moment. I forced it to medium. Oh, you want some DLSS? There. Where's RTX? I can do some rage. Actually, it's Lumen, so it's pretty damn good already. But I do have DLSS. DLSS is not too difficult. I know I implemented it wrong, but it is working. There's a couple of bugs that I need to fix with it. But other than that, DLSS is working really well in the build. I need to put it down a physics volume here. Plug and attach BP nodes profit. It's almost as easy as that. There are a few things you have to do with it, especially with regards to anti-aliasing. But it is easy. There's no doubt about that. Ignore any sounds with it at the moment. I'll have to fix the sounds. How do you do it wrong? You can cause a lot of graphical errors if you force certain types of anti-aliasing when trying to hook up DLSS. Pay for the assets? No, it's DLSS is free. Like, you wouldn't notice it, but we are actually, we're running the game at 50% resolution at the moment. It's nearly magical how well DLSS works. But yeah, we're on medium settings right now. I think it looks pretty good. I think the coast, the lake might still be fucked up because I do still have that domain down. We'll see though. Oh no, it's okay. Ignore the floating river. I'm gonna delete that. Yeah, I really love this storm, especially if we like turn it to night. me go see what the pond looks like. Caustics looks like they use a little bit of emissiveness. I'll put down the physics volume in here for swimming. But lightning always in the distance, or can it strike near the player sometimes? I think it's mostly in the distance. I don't know if there are settings to make it appear closer. I would have to check. But there's probably some limitations on how they render the lightning. Like, they probably do it in a pretty, or relatively cheap way. But in order to accomplish that, it needs to look simple. And so if you render it closer, it might kind of appear fucked up. What I can say is if you listen very closely, you're close to the surface, you'll be able to hear the weather. And some of the rain sounds. You go deeper. No hearing them. Ooh, you can see some of the DLSS artifacting. Looking up. I think it's pretty acceptable for a prototype. Oops, I forgot to plug in my blending numbers here. I think. Yeah, I did. I think I fixed that. I'll plug these in. I'm gonna do a little bit of Elden Ring today because I need to unwind. Holy shit. That's any indication about how annoying this is to work with. Elden Ring is much less stressful than this. Okay, we'll deal with the rest of this shit tomorrow. We'll make static meshes of all the other ponds. Take a little while, but it'll be pretty quick, I think. Not as bad as I expect. I have to re-render the coastline data too, so. Those fluid flux your trigger word now? Yeah, I think so. Get my points for my blood donation today? Nice. I have so many people. Hello, lurkers. Are you enjoying me struggling? Does it make you feel better as a developer? Oh, shit. Like, I tease, but I think that would actually... Watching somebody else struggle would make me feel a little bit better. Got an extra 500 points on top of my donations, 200. Bam. There are leaderboards. That'd be pretty funny if there was a blood donation leaderboard. 100 points translates to $10. Jesus, what? I guess $70 worth? Oh, we will. I think it's actually pretty brilliant to gamify, to an extent, blood donations. It's a really good way to get people to donate. Alright. Yeah, we'll touch all this up on Monday, or not on Monday. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break from development, which is probably a good thing. Just if anybody doesn't want to follow me over to Elden Ring, I'll quickly go over the schedule. Okay, I will be doing a little bit of Path of Exile on the weekends, nothing major. Oh, but what will be the genre of this game? It's kind of a hybrid between immersive sim, RPG, and let's say adventure game. I think that's a good combo, yeah. Immersive sim, RPG, adventure. I got an email after the fact that said donate between now and the end of July and receive an extra 500 points. It's crazy. It's Morrowind if it was only about alchemy. It's actually not too inaccurate. Yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of PoE probably up until Wednesday. We'll do Kickstarter reviews, and then we'll be back to our regularly scheduled Cauldron Chronicles, along with Decimation pre-production on Fridays. But the first one being we will be playing on our PS3. I'll be trying to get that set up sometime soonish. Water game, you know, some ideas are losers, right? Actually, most game ideas are losers. But that's a good thing. I can take a bit of a break, step back from Fluid Flux, get my emotions settled after a tumultuous week, and then we can continue with that on the following Thursday, with one day of it, which hopefully will be enough to finish things. And then after that, we can spend the next couple weeks probably filling out the ocean biome, depending on what we want to put under there. And then after that, I think we'll start to do a little bit of the mini games. Help add a bit more shit in the world to do. And then potion combat will be soon after. We'll do some pre-production on that. Ignore September. That needs to be reworked. September is a big question mark at the moment, but July and August are, I think, looking pretty good. All right. I don't see monetization of microtransactions in that. Let me explain what we will be doing for microtransactions and monetization. Should be somewhere near the bottom here. Here we go. Premium game, no loot boxes, microtransactions, NFT, blockchain, premium currencies, or pay for convenience. So that's our plan. No loot boxes, everything else is in. No. Oh, no. More fluid flux. Flux me. I hate this. All right, time to close that YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube.